Brilliant. Okay, I think we've got our issue sorted. So thank you so much, first of all, for waiting. We really appreciate that. I know we've started a little bit late, but we've got a great day of speakers, topics, discussions for you. So today we'll be discussing Web3 and AI and their intersections, and we'll be exploring the future of work, plus many other exciting things. So we've got a jam-packed day full of speakers. So because we started late, I don't want to go on too much. So I'm going to introduce our first speaker, CEO and founder, visionary CEO and founder of AI Network, which today's event is run by. So that's Min Young Kim. So I'll hand over to Min Young Kim now. Can we give him a round of applause, please? Thank you, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. Thanks for coming. We have invited a great project today with a great partner, Unblock Media. And my name is Min Hyun, and our official website is web3aiseoul.com. And we are actually going to play this kind of summit more, and we are going to London, for example, in November. And our main project is called AI Network. And I'd like to introduce the general trends about the Web3 AI, and then I'm going to hand it over to the more specific examples. So we've been in this area for quite a long time. We founded AI Network 2018. And at that time, I was working in Google and thought that this kind of business model, advertisement-based business model, like 99% of the revenue comes from advertising Google. So I thought they have a really nice concept called the user-controlled internet in Web3 2018. And then I thought it was going to be really nice if we apply AI or machine learning to optimize this kind of reward distribution. That's kind of our first idea. In that case, we can reduce what platform takes, and then we can give it back to more values to users and more values to advertisers. So this is well explained in Chris Dixon's blog, NFTs and 1,000 True Fans. So the left side is kind of the very early stage model in web. You make lots of users, like billions of users, and then you put the AdSense or AdWords, then revenue capture this small amount using the advertise, and then this is kind of worst model we can have. These days we have like YouTube Premium or Netflix. We pay $9 a month, and then we make this kind of revenue captured. This area is a bit bigger, but there are less number of people, but we can optimize the like largest size of the scale here. And then we move to Web3 business model, like series of NFTs. We can have a tiered pricing, just like the flight ticket. They have a different grade. The price changes every time. So by doing so, we can capture revenue in different stages. So right now we are at that point. We are inside the Web3 actually. And then what Web3 AI can do is that we can even generate and own to fill these gaps here. So using the AIs, we can find even the smallest gaps and then capture the value from the webs. This is possible because the generative web will cause web pages to grow exponentially. The main reason behind that is that right now we can, not only the programmer, but also pretty much everyone can make a program, like AI models or agents. We call that prompt engineering. And then after that, we can see that this number of programs on the web is growing very fast, which means that number of web pages it generates is also growing exponentially. So we're gonna be experience a lot of web pages, not written by human, but written by machines from now on. So we're gonna experience like this. There will gonna be a bunch of AI generated content. If you go into the web, maybe already there are many AI agents that you cannot distinguish. And then only the small amount of the content have a human value. Fun story is that around 65% of the Spotify music is never played, which means it's generated and then waiting to be discovered by human. Once human listen to music, the value is captured. So what should we do in this kind of scary AI-generated webs? If you notice, we have this place is very specifically designed for the creativity of the human. And the Uncommon Gallery's mission is to preserve human creativity at the intersection of art and technology. So we built this space around 2 years ago, seeing that at that time AI was not that powerful, but we felt very scary. So we thought this kind of space will help us to discuss this kind of agenda. And we are kind of the first gallery that has exhibition using AI generative content and NFTs. So how are you guys planning on building him? Him here means the generative contents. So I'll say together. As always, Web3 is about collaborative and helping others to build. So together, we are inviting lots of Web3 AI projects here. I believe they can talk much deeper about the Web3 AI and their areas. This is growing very fast. Even last year, we couldn't find many partners, but now we have a bunch of partners presenting at the same time. And we expect this will grow if we go to London or Paris or New York, the number will grow more and more. And the philosophy of the web actually states a somewhat similar mission, which is that here this guy, engineer Vannevar Bush, wrote, as we may think, in 1945, describing his conception of the mimics. It sounds like meme, right? So this is the machine that deals with the collective memory using the hyperlinks. So this guy is a kind of first guy who presented concept of hyperlinks, or like Web 0.5, something like that. And then at even that time, he was kind of worrying that we need help humanity to achieve a collective memory with such a machine and avoid the use of the scientific discoveries for destruction and war. And then this famous Tim Berners-Lee, this is first web server he used to own in CERN. So this is the actual protocol implemented, hypertext protocol implemented, and then people are joining together to connect the documents. And then we had a Google and have a Facebook and OpenAI, and right now we are having AI network. So at last, I want to introduce the other hands-on session, which will be tomorrow 7:30. So we're gonna try actual experimental web development together collectively with the tokenization. So this is something that we can do on by hands. And then another great event this week is Kip AI Seoul. This time we had this event 2023 too, and we had a really great success. The title of this event is a cross-pollination, and it deals with the phygital, which is a compound of physical and digital, and it refers to the interaction between digital virtual and physical reality. And then finally, we launched new product today, which is called Unblock Media. This is kind of world first AI-only operated company. Here's a director, Damian, and then many leaders, reporters, designers working together to generate the articles on the web. And they started generating the article from today. So I'm gonna hand it over to Dong-Nyuk, Ethan, who's from the Unblock Media. And please welcome him with a round of applause. Thank you.
Okay, yeah. Thank you for your introduction, Minion. And I'm Eden from the Unblock Media. We are the biggest media in the Web3 media in the Korean market. And today, I'm going to share about the brief introductions about the Korean market and the reasons why we made the AI-driven media named Unblock Media. Korean market is actually making the biggest trading volume in the global market based on the spot trading volume. It is the the articles that is written by the Bloomberg this year, and they mentioned that Korean won is actually making the biggest trading volume in the global market based on the fiat trading. Korean won is actually making more than 40% of the global trading volume, and that's the reason that many global projects are focusing on the Korean market. And if the project have some great strategy and the market entrance plan for the Korean market, they can get a big hub in the global market too. But there is some the difference between the Korean market features and the foreign countries, right? In the Korean market, mainly the market is driven by the retail users. They are trading in the CEX, like the Upbit and the Bitsum. They are actually making more than 90% of the trading volume in the global Korean market. And if you guys are making some proper retail interest and your own narrative in the Korean market, that will lead to this big hype in the CEX, right? The Upbit and the Bitsum. But many projects are failed about the Korean market marketing thing. The reason is that the Korean market marketing channels are different from the foreign countries, right? The English-using countries. This is the the channels that usually the projects are focusing on about their own marketing things in the Korean market. In the foreign countries, right, the channels like the X, Telegram, and the Discord will be the prominent channels for the Korean marketing things for the Web3 users. But in Korea, this the channel is not that works for the retail users who are actually trading on the CEX. You can find the monthly active user of the CEX, right, the Upbit and the Bitsum. They are having more than 9 million of the monthly active user in the case of the Upbit. And for the Bitsum, they usually have more than 4 million of the monthly active users, which is based on their homepage traffic. So we can see that we can cover the actual CEX users who are actually trading on this the CEX. The biggest Korean influencer in the Twitter X have the 30K subscribers, and biggest channel in the Telegram have 50K subscribers in the totals. So we can see the big gap between the actual number of the retail users trading in the CEX and the kind of the marketing channels like these ones. So when you guys are entering the Korean market, you have to understand about the kind of the features of the different marketing channels. When you guys are looking for some kind of the degen exposures, Web3 companies exposure, or kind of the ripple effect by this kind of the contents, you have to focus on the channels like the Telegram X. But if you guys are looking for some kind of the retail exposures and kind of the more organic trading volume in the Korean CEX, obviously you have to focus on the channels like the YouTube and the media channels like us. And we are sure that Korean people are making more than 40% of the global spot trading volume, but there is the less than the 0.1% of the contents is made for the Korean users. That is the kind of the starting point of our thought about the Unblock Media. So Korean people are making more than 40% of the global trading volume, and they are so important market in the global Web3 themes and the Web3 narrative things. But we can make a content for these kind of the users. For our case, we are the biggest Web3 media in the Korean market, and we have more than 20 plus persons in our companies. And other biggest media also have around 20, 30 persons in the totals. So it is impossible to cover every content that is made in the global market only by our persons. So based on that, we think that we need a kind of the different feature of the new media infrastructure is needed for this coming new era of the Web3. We see that the ChatGPT, platforms like the ChatGPT is actually breaking the walls between every language in the global market. For my case, I have the high score in the Korean English test, right? The TOEIC, and the kind of the TOEIC speaking things. But when I make a kind of the template with my own language skills and made a kind of template with the services like the ChatGPT, and it was made by the ChatGPT model 3.5. And I made a kind of the template with my own language and the ChatGPT and deliver it to my foreign friend and ask him about do you think that which one is better template for the English users? And what he said was the template made by the ChatGPT was better than my own ones. So with that experience, I see that in the coming era, the human don't have to make content for the other language. In that era, we can make services like the GPT as our translator and our article writers and kind of the reporters in coming next generations. So that was the kind of the starting point of the thought about the Unblock Media. So Unblock Media is actually, we are making every agent that we are needed for the media side. Like we are making our own editor named Damien and also the team leaders like the Victoria, Rogan, and Riri, and plenty of many reporters on our side. So it works like this way, that every person, like the reporters and directors and the team leaders have their own personalities and have their own preference about the topics, and they have some kind of their own standard and the logic about the writing things. So we are actually educating these AI agents about these kind of things. Like for the Damien, we taught Damien about the kind of the standard for the good articles and the kind of the things that we have to follow to make good articles for the users. And for the reporters like the Mark, Lloyd, Tag, and the Max, we are making a kind of their own standard about the contents. For example, like the Max, he's the kind of the Bitcoin maximalist. So he's crawling for the every content related to the Bitcoin. And if there is some kind of the information is made on the online, and he finds some kind of the new information about the Bitcoin, he's going to write the kind of the article draft for the team leader and ask Rogan about oh, hey, Rogan, do you think that this is worth writing a kind of the articles on my own? And if they get some kind of the confirmation based on the team leaders, they are delivering to the editor, Damien. And if the Damien confirmed about the articles, we are going to publish that. So yeah, this is the kind of the way how the Unblock Media is work with the AI agent. So every step is made by the AI, not by the humans. So there is a three entities in the Unblock Media. So they are communicating each other's. The reporter is monitoring the every news in the global market, and they think that this is the worth publishing. They are going to deliver it to the team leaders. And they have some kind of communication about the articles and the kind of the feedback about the contents. After that, they are again getting confirmation about the articles with the editor, and they are confirming it. So in this media, in this coming new media, there is any kind of the human interruption is made in these platforms. So every step of the media side is made with the AI agents. So that's the reason we are saying that this is the AI-driven media, not by humans. This is kind of the more details about our process. And the difference between the original medias and our side is that we have some kind of the beneficial structure for our users. This is the kind of the media side with the AI agent. So if the people is making their own AI agent, they can get some kind of the beneficial output from our platform, Unblock Media. So if someone is making a really popular AI agent reporter named kind of the maximalist, so if the maximalist is gaining big traffic to the Unblock Media, there is some kind of the profit that Unblock Media is gaining from that traffic made by the maximalists. So based on that profit sharing system, we are going to delivering that to the owner and the publisher of that agents, the maximalists, yeah. And based on this ecosystem, we are sure that we can make a kind of the synergy between the blockchain technology and the AI and the platform itself. And we are launching our own platform today, the Unblock Media. So it is open to the public, so you can visit our site. And if you guys are visiting our site, you can see that the AI agents are actually making their own conversations, and the content is made on our site. This is the kind of the articles that we made for the first one on our platform, Unblock Media. So yeah, you can check our QR code about our more details, and if you visit our site, you can find out how it works, right? How the AI agents are communicating each other, and you can see how our communication between the AI agents are written in the blockchain. So we need this so we are sure that we can make a next generation of the media site. We know that based on this kind of the technology, we can make everyone in the global market to be our readers, because there is any kind of the words between each languages in the coming AI eras. And this is the kind of the really needed for the media side, because in the AI agents, there is a kind of the issues, right? The black box issues that the people can know about how the answer of each AI agent is made in. So with our technology, with the blockchain, people can see how each article is made by each AI agents. They can see each conversation of each AI agent, and they can see, oh, this is the kind of the articles made by this kind of the conversation. So we can see that this is the trustworthy content. So yeah, this is the kind of the brief introductions about the Korean market and our own new platform, Unblock Media. And we're welcome to share any ideas about your own your Korean market marketing things and the kind of the platforms, right? The Unblock Media. So please let me know if there is any kind of questions. Thank you for sharing your time today.
Thank you, Ethan Choi. Great talk. So as Ethan mentioned, Unblock Media is releasing today, and I've played around with it. It's cool. So it's the world's first fully AI automated news agency. So thank you, Ethan. So next up, we have Zach Chia, CEO of Pundi X. Pundi X have been building payment systems since 2017, and in 2024, they're going into AI. So very exciting times. So please give a round of applause for Zach. Thank you.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So I hope everyone had a great lunch, and it's a great way to kickstart KBW on this AI event. I have two questions for you guys. So the first one is, who is actually building AI services, DeFi, dApps amongst people over here? All right, quite a few. So I think today's event is mainly speaking to co-industry friends. And the second thing is that, have any one of you heard of this project called Pundi X from 2017? All right, I see a few hands. So Pundi X is actually a project from 2017, and we have been building physical payments infrastructure. And what we're doing essentially is that we are bringing people to be able to buy and sell crypto, and also to spend crypto in different areas around the world. So take, for example, if you travel to places like South Africa, to places like Turkey, you would actually be able to go to our physical store to buy and sell crypto, and also to buy luxury goods. So this is Pundi X. And today I'm going to talk about another project which Pundi is actually bringing to the fore, which is AI. And Pundi X actually started, in fact, the first roadshow in Seoul. And we have done our ICO in 2017. And in 2022, we actually helped launch a layer one called Function X together with some friends. And in 2024, what we want to do is actually to reinvent the layer one into an AI-supported ecosystem. Why do we want to get into AI, and what are we doing in AI? Okay, I think most of us here are actually working on 4 questions, 4 challenges. One is actually to work on the hardware model, which is trying to challenge incumbents like NVIDIA. The second one is actually to build greater LLMs, which is guys like BitTensor is doing. And the third one is actually to build AI agents. And the fourth one is actually to build data for LLMs. And why do we think the data is very, very important? Because today, if you read any LLM materials, whether it's Llama 3, ChatGPT, you will realize that the biggest challenge LLM today is actually not about answering top-notch questions, because the truth of the matter is that 99% of the time, those LLM will give you top-notch answer. So what is the biggest challenge? It's actually quality data. Today, if you ask Llama 3.1 about the Paris Olympics, maybe you will not get a satisfactory answer because the data is not there. So what we want to do is actually to build essentially 3 things on Pundi AI FX layer 1. One, which is the AI data Purse browser plugin. The browser plugin is actually already live, and we have had 15,000 downloads since over a month ago. What it does is that it allows you to use the plugin to actually tag data that you have on your X Twitter feed. So take, for example, today I'm actually interested in Akash, the project, right? So I want to tag what, say, Greg's Twitter feed is about. So I can actually use the browser plugin to actually analyze the tweets, whether it's pump factor or fear factor, or basically anything that you want. So essentially, to have a browser plugin for people to be able to verify data on Twitter, and also to be able to earn money from verifying those data. So you can either be a data provider, for example, if someone wants to tag your Twitter, so you are the data provider. And if you want to help tag the data, then you are the data verifier. And of course, someone would like to procure those data, for example, to analyze your crypto sentiment. And of course, crypto is just one of the many things that you can do on analyzing on the browser plugin. The second one is actually our AI data per browser service, which is a full-blown web service for you to be able to tag data. So I have a question. So the gentleman over here, if you take photos while you travel Korea, what kind of photos would you take? Food. All right. So this gentleman over here likes to take various food while he travels. So the data that you actually create through the photo experience can actually be uploaded onto our AI data platform. And for people that are foodie, to be able to tag those data. So of course, I see someone smiling and say, okay, why do I need to tag those food, right? Because maybe it is actually a way to distinguish between, forgive my low understanding of Korean food, like samgaetang to a pork bone noodle. So these are actually the truth that those LLMs desperately need. The LLMs need great quality data, and LLM today actually buys and procures those data from what we would say a very fundamental data analytics company. So those people are actually being paid $2 to $5 an hour to actually tag data. So in fact, if you demystify the AI facade, you would actually see that a lot of AI data processing and tagging is actually done in a very a factory manner. So why don't we bring this into the forefront and make it transparent and decentralized? So this is the plugin that you can actually perform tasks. So there are basic tasks, expert tasks, where you can actually tag things on the Twitter feed. In fact, you can actually create tasks for your own X account. So for example, if you want to help the LLMs analyze your own Twitter feeds, you can actually perform those tasks through this browser plugin as well. Okay, and I would like to show you how this is done through a video. How can I do it? Oh, okay.
How to complete basic tasks on Purse Plus. Once you're signed into Purse Plus, you'll unlock a new dimension of engagement on X.com. The tasks available in your Purse Plus sidebar are categorized into three main levels: basic, standard, and expert. Let's begin with a basic task. Click the Start button under the Basic Tasks category. Here, you'll be presented with various posts from XCOM users and influencers. Simply like or dislike these posts based on your honest opinion. After making your selection, submit your choice and move on to the next post. You'll review 10 posts in total. Upon completing this set, you'll earn 20 Fugu points as a token of your contribution. You can choose to share your achievement with your network or dive into another set of tasks. All your activities will be recorded on-chain, ensuring transparency and security. How to complete standard tasks on Purse Plus. To begin, click on the Start button under the Standard Tasks category. In this task, you'll be asked to select the most appropriate tag for each post displayed. Carefully read the content and choose the tag that best fits. After tagging, click Submit and proceed to the next post. Successfully completing these 10 posts will earn you 30 Fugu points. How to complete expert tasks on Purse Plus. Expert tasks challenge you to engage with more complex tagging activities. Click on the Start button under the Expert Task category to get started. In these tasks, you won't just tag the entire post. You'll select specific words within the post and match them with the most relevant keywords from a provided list. For example, if a post mentions Bitcoin, you might select the keyword money as the most relevant tag. If the post mentions 7 days, you could choose time as the keyword. Continue selecting and tagging words in the post until you're satisfied. Once completed, click Submit and move on to the next post. Each set of 10 posts you complete in this category earns you 30 view group points. Share your progress or challenge yourself with more expert tasks. Help add posts to the Purse Plus system. You can contribute even further by adding posts to the Purse Plus system for others to review and tag. Each post you add earns you 1 FUGU point with a daily limit of 500 posts. To add a post, simply open the post you want to contribute. Once you've opened the individual post, you'll see an Add This Tweet button beneath it. Click the plus icon to add the post to Purse Plus data. All the added tweet content will be stored on IPFS, ensuring permanence and decentralization. Congratulations, you've successfully added the post and earned 1 FUGU point. Keep adding posts until you reach the daily limit. However, note that if another user has already added a post trying to submit, you won't earn any points. Only the first user to add a post to the system will receive the point. How to generate your own invitation code. Beyond daily tasks, Purse Plus offers you the opportunity to expand your network and earn even more FUGU points. By inviting new users to join Purse Plus with your unique invitation code, you'll earn 100 FUGU points for each successful referral. To generate your invitation code, simply navigate to the Invite Friends section at the bottom of the sidebar and click Invite, ready to be shared with your friends and followers.
All right, this is one of the demo, and also another one is actually a browser-based tagging whereby you can actually tag those images and also text that you actually have and create. And in the process of rebranding FunctionX to Pundi AI FX, we are also rebranding our token amongst exchanges. So we would actually rebrand our FX token to AIFX and do a redenomination from 100 to 1. So you would actually see that the FunctionX layer 1 would become part of the Pundi X ecosystem called Pundi AIFX, and the token of FunctionX, which is FX, will also be rebranded to AIFX. So safe to say, the FX in Upbit, Bitsum, Coinbase would also do the transition. And one very key point is that we will also go through a redenomination whereby 100 FX becomes 1 AIFX. There's no lock, there's no dilution, but a redenomination of 100 to 1. So we are very excited that the 3 services that we have, which is the browser plugin, the full-blown web browser services whereby you can actually tag images, text, you can contribute the data, and if you are a domain expert, you can actually tag those data, analyze those data, and all the transaction that is done through all those would actually be logged on the layer 1 blockchain, which means that if you provide the data, you actually are the data owner. So just imagine that today you have a massive data project that you want to contribute to LLMs. You could go onto Hugging Face, you could work directly with ChatGPT, but you could also make your data permanent on-chain whereby you fully own the data. And if you actually are a domain expert that tags the data, you would actually own those metadata. So everything is set on-chain on Pundi AI FX. So for those of you who are interested, you can scan our information, and we hope to talk to all of you. And if you are a AI industry builder, looking forward to chat with you, and have a good KBW ahead. Thank you, guys.
I remember buying Pundi X before I even met Zach. Exciting times for Pundi X. So next up, we have the CMO of Altava Group, who's going to be talking about creative AI in gaming. So can you please give a round of applause for O Thong Srinun? Thank you.
Good pronunciation. Thanks for having me. Actually, this is our 4th times. We've had a couple events here, so I have a particular fondness for Uncommon Gallery and pronunciation. By the way, my name is not the easiest. Oh, okay, is this the one? So, what's Altava? Altava is an AI platform that helps creators make 3D assets easier and distribute it to multiple platforms, including Roblox, app, and virtual worlds. So that's in a nutshell what we do. Myself, that's me with a little bit more hair before I work here. So afterward, you can see how much it takes a toll on me, but luckily I enjoyed it. I'll try to zoom through this, and at the end of the session, if you find what we do interesting, feel free to grab me before I bounce, because I think my time is just like 10 minutes. So these are some of the fashion brands that we work with up to now, and I think a lot of them, or some of them, are probably familiar with to you guys. What most people don't know is that LVMH, the biggest luxury fashion group in the world, they also have a fashion tech incubator program called La Maison des Startups, and that's where we got our started. We came from that program all the way back in 2022. So I think we're in this space because it's worth a lot of money, right? That's really what this slide just says. If you look at the virtual goods, on virtual goods for online games, it's just worth billions, and it's growing, right? And this is what the space that we are in today. So, yeah. So for us, we see that there are 3 stakeholders that we're targeting. So first is virtual worlds or online games. Second are brands themselves, and that's the people that we're familiar with. And lastly, creators, right? What everyone have in common is that it takes a lot of time and effort and money in some case to create 3D assets for virtual worlds, online games. So that's a common pain point between these 3 categories of stakeholders that Altava is trying to fix. So this is kind of like a shortened version of how our platform works. And by the way, you could go to altava.com. Our platform is on open beta, so you guys can actually go there, play with it, see how it works. Basically, if you're familiar with 3D modeling, you kind of probably understand all of those things like texturing, mapping. But in effect, with our platform, we allow you to skip these 2 key steps and go all the way to here. So just kind of put it in your text, and then output will be a 3D match, 2 3D files, or put in image, same thing, right? And the difference is that the output that we come out is actually 2 3D files that you can actually use and manipulate and optimize for these different platforms. And basically what this slide says is that today in the typical workflow, it takes a lot of work and time and money, right? So, if you can kind of compare what our platform's doing versus how you create these 3D assets manually, you could see that there's a lot of time and cost saving, and that's the goal of what we're doing. So for some people, right, when they use some of the platforms out there today, the output is also a mesh file, but it's really detailed. And detailed mesh file sounds good until you understand that it doesn't work for a lot of platforms. So for example, with Roblox, the maximum polygon count per object is 4,000 or less, right? But a lot of platforms today, output like 10,000 mesh and more. So it just makes it, difficult to then go and manipulate that files and bring it back down to this size, right? So just an example of, so our platform is very optimized for different, world that we're connecting to, like Roblox. So that's the AI part. So the blockchain part, right? So today we will be working with a new blockchain called Prometheus. So Prometheus is an elastic 2 chain that's using CK stack technology. So how we would work with them is that we would basically be at this layer, right? So this is kind of what we do. And in terms of tokenization, so that means users can come in and they can create different objects and have these objects tokenized into NFT. I think some of the previous speakers spoke about this as well, right? So this way, we kind of know who's the owner of that objects. So when people are kind of reusing your objects in our templates, we can actually know how to reward you. In this case, through the token that Prometheus issue, right? And our own native token as well, called Altava. So in effect, if you take away, so the AI component is here and the blockchain is here, right? But the best technology is when you don't know it's working, and that's what we are hoping to be the case here. So the goal for us is to help bring the brands and creators and connect them to a different state, worlds where they can actually monetize their creation. And yeah, that's that. 10 minutes.
Very, very, very strict on the 10 minutes. Appreciate that. That was a very good run through. Thank you. So next up, we have Hanji from Darren Market, co-founder of Darren Market, who'll be talking to us about the role of talent in the Web3 revolution. So please welcome Hanji.
Hello. Thank you for inviting me to this great event. And my name is Hangi, the co-founder of Darren Market. And Darren Market is the first on-chain tenant market where you can share your services and you can post your request and issue your tenant assets. And today I will talk about the role of the talent in Web3. And before I start, may I have a question? Have anyone here have ever worked as freelancers? Freelancers, yes. So thank you. So because nowadays many people are trying to working as a freelancers, especially after the pandemic. Many people are very familiar with the remote work or making some multiple income streams, so they can even they have some full-time jobs. So they want to have some extra money to extra income to make the income more rich. And so there is data, and I'll show you the background of the tenant market. So first, for the freelancer platform market size by 2024, and there is a $6 billion market size, and it is still growing by the rate of 16% every year, and it may be become 14 billion in 2029. And this is a very large market and a very fast-growing market, but there are still some problems in this market. For example, for the freelancers, the income is not that stable, and the pricing is unreasonable, especially for the users, for the freelancers. They first trying to become a freelancers. They don't know how they can do, what kind of service they can sell, and how much should be their services. And for the client side, there is the first issue is the trust issues. For example, customers cannot pay the money immediately to the freelancer who you have never cooperated with it, because you don't know each other and you don't know how they can serve for you. And also there is some matching efficiency problems, because in most cases the freelancers can only waiting for the buyers to buy their services and to communicate with them and make the deal. And also pricing problem is will be the untransparent. And for the platform size, each platform will have their own mechanism, and there are some operating rules, but this kind of mechanism is not that transparent, and there have some risks on the fund management. So we are introducing some our solutions. So firstly, we use the talent profile and the AI technology and the blockchain technology to trying to solve these kinds of the problem. The first part is the talent evaluation, because we have to know how was the talent, how was the service quality, how was the person, is their histories. And in traditional way, in Web2 platforms, they usually use a centralized system to judge the talent. But this kind of system is not that transparent, and we don't know how the mechanism works, and sometimes it may be a little biased or cannot that friendly. So, but in Web3 way, we can store all the working record and their skill levels, and there are some behaviors on the blockchain and publicly and immutably. And the second part is AI assistant. Also, we call that AI agent. Because nowadays, when we work, we have to work globally. We should, now in Korea, we should observe the people in USA, maybe in Europe or in other countries. But there's no one can working 24 hours a day. So we need some AI assistant to help the talent to introduce their services and making some explanations and helping them to customers to choose their talents, to making the smarter choices and find the people who want to work with. And the third part is the matching. I know there is a platform in Korea named Sungo, and they using a mechanism just like when a buyer trying to find the talents, they will make a small survey. And the survey will have some main category, subcategory, or some other details. And when the post is sent to the system, they will find the corresponding talents according to the categories and find them and making them have a communication and make the deal. So all of these of evaluation, assistance, or matching is the final goal is we want to make the deal. We want to sell our services. We want to make money. So this the final part is our talent services. But if we want make some crypto incomes on a decentralized way, so we need a more transparent, secure, and efficient way. So we provide a decentralized order system. This system is wholly working on the blockchain, and you can payment with the USD stablecoin. like USDT or USDC or this kind of stablecoin, and pay for the order and finish your talent works and get withdrawn. So the other part is quite important because of the pricing. Pricing is a little tricky because there are many different kinds of the factors to influence the price. So we will have three parts of the factors to influence the pricing. The first part is we will analyze the talent profile. It's maybe because of we need to know who are you, how was your education background, how was your work experience, how was your skill level, and the second part is market dynamics. Market dynamics means how many buyers in this area and how many competitors, and how was the market growing, how was the trend, and this is market dynamics analysis. And the third part is the talent performance. We need to know how was the service quality, whether you are respond time very quickly, how was the client feedback, and the work experience. And these three kinds of the factor will come into our AI pricing model, and we can get our talent service price. So let's compare with some Web2 traditional freelancer platforms. We can see that there are mainly three differences between the Web3 ways of the freelancer platform. And that the first part is the Web3, we can provide the crypto support. It is quite important because when we work payment cross a board, there will be many fees. It's maybe because of some different country of the regulation, or for different banks of the fees, or the exchange loses. So when we payment on cross-border, we will lose many small fees on this kind of the processes. And the second part is, because of the traditional platform, they have very high level of the operational fees. They need to maintain their workers, their services, their database, and their marketing fees. So they have to take a very high level of the service fee. So it should be more than 20% or even 30%, even more. But in Web3 way, in their market, because our order system is working on the blockchain and it's truly decentralized, so we can take a very low level of the service fee. And the third part is the token incentives, because when the platform is growing and the freelancer and the user of the platform can also get the benefits of the platform growing, because they can get the token rewards whenever they can finish their jobs, they can finish their transactions. So this is our statistics. Since February this year, we launched our on-chain talent market. Now we gathered 1.1 million users, 26,000 services, and we completed more than 8,000 orders, and accumulated 200,000 community members and 30,000 DAU. And very happy to introduce our platform, and hope you enjoy our shape of the Web3 future with the talent market, and whoever have interest in our platform, please feel free to contact us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hangi. So next up, we have Greg Osuri, who is the founder of Akash Network and CEO of Unblock Labs. And just one thing. So anyone standing in the back, feel free to sit down. We've got plenty of seats, and also refreshments in the back as well if you need them. So yeah, Greg's up next. I've got to store you for like a minute because we're just downloading his his presentation. Yeah, it's done. Okay, so please put your hands together for Greg.
Hello, everybody. So quick show of hands. How many of you heard of Akash here? Wow, that's pretty good. How many of you used Akash? 1, 2. You know, a few. Well, hopefully we'll change that. How many of you are developers? Okay, that explains it. All right, so if this was on Akash, it would load faster, but it's not on Akash, unfortunately, so we gotta wait. Okay, so how are you feeling? Like, you know, how are you? Like, how many of you actually use AI on a daily basis here? A lot. Okay. I want to pick a random person and ask, how do you use AI? All your emails? I write all my emails with AI because I'm terrible. I'm dyslexic, so I use AI to correct my spellings. How do you use AI?
I do that as a daily research, for my work.
Daily research? Daily research. I actually have a 5-month-old at home, so ChatGPT is my co-parent. I mean, it's seriously so much better. It's better than my mother at answering questions. I use AI so much. You know, from the moment the child wakes up to the time she sleeps, I mean, everything is AI managed. Like her sleep is, you know, monitored by a AI agent that detects when she wakes up, when she sleeps, when she stirs, when she cries. And you know, from the day I start to like writing my emails to now I code a lot. I mean, so I can't imagine coding without AI. I mean, a year ago was very different, you know. So AI is so integral to our everyday lives. It's so scary that we are giving up so much of our life to this, you know, crazy thing, which is mostly centralized now. But you know, us and Akash and several others are working very hard to decentralize it. And this talk is really about, you know, how crypto is actually saving AI and how AI needs crypto. They just don't know it yet. I'll hopefully convince you by the end of this conversation that, hey, yes, AI needs crypto a lot more than crypto needs AI. But I think you'll realize you can actually do a lot more with AI now in crypto, right? Try writing a Solidity smart contract or a Solana smart contract using AI. It's just a phenomenal tool that lets a lot more people to do a lot more things in crypto. So without further ado, background, my name is Greg. I'm a open source developer. I've been writing software for about 25 years. Since I was very young, but last 15 years or so, I've been primarily focused on building infrastructure networks, right? So mostly in developer tooling. I wrote software, I was ranked number 13 on GitHub across all the developers in the world. In particular, in Golang. Golang is the programming language that I think most of the crypto users now, I mean, ETH-Go and Geth or whatnot. The Ethereum client is written in Go, and of course, all of Akash is written in Go. I was ranked number 4. I don't know why the image is not showing here, but yes, I was ranked number 4 in the trading repos. Some of the software we wrote for Akash is used by these companies today. NVIDIA being a primary user. In fact, NVIDIA also used Akash network, but even before Akash was launched, some of the libraries we used were used by NVIDIA, AWS, HashiCorp, US Department of Defense, DigitalOcean. You can see quite a lot of names here. In fact, Siemens and some of the companies from here as well. Docker being a popular one. So there was a story from 2023, about a year ago, talking about how the AI chip shortage is actually being solved with crypto. Remember, 2023 was a very different time in crypto. We are just coming out of, well, FTX, if you remember, in 2022. For the entire year or longer, the conversation in the mainstream media was not how good crypto is. Nobody cared for a long time. But for the first time, they wrote a positive article that, hey, crypto is actually used for something meaningful. And this story is about a student in Cornell, his name is Ishan Dahani, how they were trying to do research, and he was trying to find these chips to do AI hosting called A100s. These are high-density chips made by NVIDIA, and they couldn't do it. I mean, he goes to any centralized service, they just couldn't find it. But he could come to this weird decentralized network called Akash, and magically he could find the chips. And why? Because there are a lot of chips out there, and I'll tell you in a bit how this landscape is, right? Like today, GPUs are extremely hard to get. I mean, it was impossible a few months ago. They're still a little bit hard to get, and if you do get them, it's very expensive, right? Why? Because the big cloud providers, control who gets the chips, right? So today, if you want to do any meaningful machine learning training or inference, you need, let's say, NVIDIA H100s or A100s. If you try to go to your traditional cloud, like Amazon, be like, hey, I want 1,000 cluster node, they will, like, you have to know, people that know people to even get access to the chips, right? Elon Musk famously said, it's harder to get access to GPUs than drugs in San Francisco, although that's a small, it's a low bar, but it's extremely, extremely hard to get chips. And the options to get are very limited. And of course, you can go to the mothership NVIDIA. I don't know how many of you saw the earnings. NVIDIA is the most valuable company in the world. And the reason for that is they have an 18-month lag. If you want to go get chips directly now, NVIDIA, place an order, wait 18 months. Although they are being a little bit more allocatable to smaller companies if you have smaller orders, but anything meaningful is impossible to get, right? And you can go to the smaller companies like Lambda Labs or companies like CoreWeaves of the world, and you gotta, in order to get there, you can't just get on demand in the sense like you get the chips, you use them, and you give it back like you would normally use Amazon's. But here you have to get into long contracts, like 3 to 6 months contracts. You got to pay upfront. 1 year contracts. You got to pay upfront, and you got to wait 3 to 6 months by the time you get access to the first set of chips. The problem with this approach is, it really makes it super expensive for normal startup companies to do AI, right? Imagine to do anything meaningful, you have to pay $1 million up front and then wait 6 months to even get the access. Imagine the kind of time you lose being a startup, right? And that's very, very hard. And also a big thing about startups is you're nimble. You gotta move fast. You can't just sit on a large piece of hardware. Like, you're not a hardware company, you are an AI company, right? You gotta move fast. But if you're sitting on this large, like, fixed setups and you wanna change things, where do you go? Like, for example, AI models are evolving so rapidly. We saw recently, about a month and a half ago, Llama 3.1 launched, right? Llama 3.1 is a 405 billion parameter model. It's the largest open source model. It's so advanced, in order to fit that model for inference, you need H100s or A100s, right? Before that, H100s were only used for training, but now all of a sudden you want H100s for inference, right? So the needs change so rapidly, but imagine a company, they paid $1 million and sitting on this like hardware of A100s that you can't use, or like L40s or whatnot, you can't use to do most advanced model hosting. So companies are shutting down. It's so crazy right now. Even if you go with this model of like lease to sort of like use, or long-term lease to use, it's just destroying these startup companies. Even companies that raised $20 million are going out of business because Well, they can't move fast, right? That's the current stage of AI. But if you look at it, I mean, there are free GPUs everywhere, you know? So if you look at it, where are GPUs? Well, crypto companies. There are a lot of crypto companies that have free GPUs. One of the biggest sources from companies that were doing Ethereum mining, proof of work mining. When Ethereum moved to proof of stake, they just left with an enormous set of GPUs. A company called Foundry, which is owned by Digital Currency Group, DCG short for, has a whole range of H100s and E100s. They're actually using, they're actually deploying on Akash now. Company like Tether, USDT, is sitting on like 10,000 H100s. You know, there are a lot of these crypto companies that have GPUs that are not being used that are available for using. And you see, another big problem we see is, or supply of chips we see is, when machine learning companies upgrade their fleet, right? So, for example, GPT-3 was trained, I believe, on, or GPT-2 was trained on V100s, NVIDIA V100 architecture chips, and by OpenAI. And they, after training, they don't have any use for the V100s, and now you have a whole lot of V100s, which are pretty good chips. You know, you can do inference for some smaller models and whatnot available. And a lot of those chips are now on Akash because there are companies that buy these chips for next to nothing, and actually like repurpose these chips instead of like destroying them to make them available for people that need them. So there's a lot of these like GPU clusters that upgraded and have enormous set of unused capacity that's available that could come on the market. And GPUs between training cycles, right? So when you train a model, you're not immediately training the next model. You're going to wait for 6 months or a year. Ideally, you want to leverage what the training you did, right? You just can't keep continuously training. And usually when you train a next model, I think the chip requirements change and whatnot. So you usually have a quite a large, like underutilized time that you can put on a decentralized network for like Akash. So we have all these opportunities, right, that are available in the marketplace now, and that's really powering the Akash network GPU. So we wrote about it actually in 2018. We wrote about this problem. We talked about machine learning. We published a paper. I don't know how many of you read the paper, but I would not do that against you. But it's actually a pretty simple read. I mean, this idea of reusing GPUs, the idea of reusing CPUs we introduced in 2018. We actually built the network and launched the network in 2020. And so we go back, and the way it works is, architecture is very simple. There's a very simple, high-level understanding of the system. It really begins with the providers putting their supply on Akash, but the users, we call them the tenants, users that want to lease supply, create their application and package them in something called a Linux container, and specify the needs for their application, and more importantly, the price they're willing to pay as to how much they want to pay in this file called SDL file, post their order on the marketplace and create order, and the on-chain marketplace is sort of like the order book, right? Where providers that can fulfill the requirement for the application can bid on the price. So you'll end up getting multiple bids for a chip, and the user ultimately selects the provider. So Akash provides you a bidding engine and not a matching engine by design, because ultimately the user is the only person or a thing that knows what they want. It could be an agent as well. And funny enough, Akash means the sky in Sanskrit. Sky is where the clouds meet, and Akash net, if you translate that English, somebody, Akash net, Skynet. I don't know how many of you are old enough to remember what Skynet is, so that's why I said it could be anything on the other side, or it could be anything on the other side as well. It could be agent using Akash network to self-replicate and self-train, and no one can stop them, by the way, and that's the best part. So anyway, providers that can fulfill the bid on it, ultimately usually the lowest bidder wins the job, and that's how the network works. And it's fully on-chain, fully permissionless. I mean, you can see some of the cost benefits. I mean, Akash, in some cases, H100 is priced for $1.39. For comparison, Amazon charges you $12 per H100 if you're lucky to get it, right? So Akash is probably the best place to get the chips, right? And there's a pricing page. If you go to akash.network/GPUs, you'll be able to see this. It is permissionless and peer-to-peer. It's the only permissionless network. When I say permissionless, it's not like use your Google to log in or you use your email to log in. There is no login. I mean, I wish I can show you a full live demo, but unfortunately, I'm not allowed to here. The system wouldn't support it. I usually have a live demo with every presentation, but you can see that using a wallet called Kepler or Leap, there are multiple wallets. There are about 7 different clients for Akash. You can use the system without giving your email address or providing any of your details, right? And that's very important. And no one can stop you. It's peer-to-peer. That means the blockchain is only used to coordinate you getting the resources, but the actual execution happens off-chain, and the communication happens between the tenant and the provider directly without a middleman. So the blockchain is only used for provisioning and payments, whereas execution happens off-chain and it's all peer-to-peer. So it's a very beautiful, very simple design, and it works really well, right? Sorry. And the way it works from a development standpoint, I believe Akash is probably one of the most decentralized network. Yes, the source code is open source, but the process to create the source code is also fully open, right? So if anyone has an idea to improve Akash, you can come, make a proposal, get funding. There's a huge community pool, I believe, about $35 million right now, that essentially pays for anyone to build on top of Akash. So it's a very open community. There is a group of self-organizing groups called special interest groups and working groups and user groups. And there's a steering committee that sort of like oversees all these groups. There are about 500 contributors, about 30 different payment proposals have been processed. So I highly recommend you to go check it out. You can scan this for a link. If you want to go to the community, you'll see all the activity. All the meetings, all the product meetings are fully open source. So any decision that's made throughout the history of Akash is available for you to go see. In fact, there's an LLM that's being trained right now to answer any questions. So you can ask it like, oh, I wanted this feature and wonder what happened to the feature. You can actually see the history of like how people developed it, or if it got shut down, what happened to it, you want to revisit. So this radical transparency is one of the key building blocks of Akash Network, because there's no single company, right? There are 500 companies that are, or individuals that are building. Okay, I gotta wrap up. But the point is, if I get hit by a bus, Akash will still run, right? If Overclock Labs disappears out of the earth, Akash is still there. It's permissionless, it's open, and that's very, very important, right? And not only that, the history is open, right? These are some of the companies that use Akash today. News Research, which is the top AI company. Venice.ai, highly recommended, founded by Eric Voorhees. Eric is the OG, crypto, I guess, a leader. You can see a lot of companies today. I think Akash powers almost all of decentralized AI, but also we're going very aggressively on centralized AI. About 58 million gigabyte hours that are served, some of the numbers today. And you can see very clearly are just the numbers took off like this year, right? The new quarter numbers are being plugged in, but it's just phenomenal. We've been growing very, very, very aggressively over the last few quarters. I mean, there's a Masari report that came out like last week. Highly recommend you go check it out on Akash's growth. You can see the lease activity as well. This last quarter, a few quarters has been phenomenal, right? I mean, last quarter, I think we had record number of leases created as well. Usually give a demo, no demo here, so thank you all. I don't know how much time we have for questions, but you can find me.
Thank you, Greg. So next up, We have Yukon Hao, Senior Director of Future 3 Campus, who'll be speaking to you about the next wave in crypto innovation. So give it up for Yukon. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks the host, which AI Network and Unblock Media, because so many speakers are AI plus Web3 entrepreneurs, but we are not entrepreneur. We saw it for these talent guys. My name is Yukun. I'm from Future 3 Campus. Actually, we initiated our incubating program since 2019, maybe 5 years. We are backed by Wanxiang Blockchain Labs and Hashkey Group, which Wanxiang Blockchain Labs initiated our business since 2015, which Theoric is our chief scientist. And maybe in 10 years, we're founding Ethereum. And maybe we are the first and the biggest VC for Ethereum since 10 years ago. And also Hashkey Group is another well-known in crypto entity in East Asia. We occupy the license from Hong Kong governance, and we hosted our first licensed crypto exchange, which is Hashkey exchange. And also in last year, we opened our global version of which is called Hashkey Global. And also another well-known crypto VC called Hashkey Capital is also our colleague partners. And also, it's very happy to connect with career market and connecting with so many talent entrepreneurs. We are always open for new connection, and we would like to build connections with so many AI and Web3 entrepreneurs. You can find that with 5 years experiences, we have built on our innovation mechanism. We call it a funnel of crypto, which everyone may find a similar process in this funnel, like a developer community, like a hackathon, incubator, bootcamp, and finally become a unicorn of Web3. We have our own methodology, and you can find in the next page that in past 5 years, we have helped over 100 well-known crypto companies achieve their goals. And another side is our eco support with more than 5 years of incubating experiences. Our resource include like research, compliance, development, community, VC, and also go-to-market, tokenization, and more things we can provide. Since 2023, maybe last year, we initiated our new program called the Future 3 Campus. The name we focus on 3 topics, like first one is AI plus Web3, and another one is deeping, and the last one is massive adoption. Last year, we organized 2 phases of our incubation, like deeping and massive adoption. Because in 2023, we think that the AI plus Web3, the market is not so mature. So we opened our AI plus Web3 in 2024, and you can find that Darmak and Masa Network is our portfolio. And last one, you can find here some advantages, like we are the leading Web3 bootcamp. You can find that you can search the keywords Web3 bootcamp on Google. We are the first one, and you can fully trusting us. We are the best one. across the whole East Asia crypto market. And another one is the global Web3 summit. You can find that you can search the Web3 summit or Web3 Festival in Google that we host our Web3 summit since 2015. We have hosted over 10 years seriously Web3 event in Shanghai and in Hong Kong since 2023. And also there are some other pioneer technologies, communities, and also VCs we can provide for all of our portfolios. And one thing I must say is that we have the direct channel to our Hashkey exchange and Hashkey Global. We will provide very strong support to help our portfolio to listing on our licensed crypto exchange. And what we offer is not bad listed like the incubation service, like one by one office hour, alumni privilege, and also networking and building. I know since this year, many crypto entities host many crypto incubators, crypto accelerator programs, but you fully trusting us that we have over 5 years experiences. We have very strong networking, and we are not focused on help you guys create a new product, help you complete the seed round fundraising. Our goals is help the talent entrepreneurs to achieve your final goals, not only listing, but also to the full life cycle of your product in AI and Web3. And last week I also participated the startup program with AWS. We focus on the AI era. That we are not only host a AI plus Web3, AI plus crypto projects incubator program by our own resource. We also host with the well-known Web2 big conglomerate with their network, host the AWS Web AI startup program. We are not put our eyes in crypto, this small era. We also focus on a bigger era like the AI in a very big network. We will not only help our AI plus crypto projects, help their fundraising, help their tokenomic designing. We also help our alumni connect with the real scenarios, the real players in the whole AI industries. And also here's some services like investment marketing events, and also other things. And also I would like to share some previously achievements of our Future Campus. Last year we hosted first deeping incubator program in this whole industry. It's 2023 August. You can find in the last with 1 year's incubation, there are so many well-known names of deeping this channel, like Roma, which previously called MetaBlocks, and also EMC, Age Matrix, and also PowerPod, and also some other well-known names. We incubated over 10 projects, which they have. The number is not latest. In last week, EMC had finished their $20 million fundraising, And as I see the total fundraising of this whole deeping program is maybe over $50 million of our whole deeping summit. And also we have cooperated with Town Network and Polkadot since 2020. And we initiated our collaboration with Town Network not today, not on the time that Town is so hot. We started our collaboration since last year, which Town, the price is less than $1, and we have already found the potential of Town Network, find the potential of their consumer network with their potential to bring so many traffics to all of our crypto industries. And here's the alumni of our 3 topics. You can find Dire Market, Pound, Masa, Questflow, and also you can find the e-bunker, Edge Matrix Computing, and the PowerPod, Roma, and also like Project 12, Footprint Analysis, and Web3, ZKX, and so on. And here's the whole bigger scale of our alumni. You can find a very awesome names like Mask Network, like Asta, like Web3 Go, which the new name is Ding Network, and Bifrost Moonbeam, Sailor, and Fala, and also Akala. So many awesome guys. Yeah. Okay, maybe I have. I only have 10 minutes, but also I only have one word that we will provide the services more than your imagination for the talent guys, for the AI plus Web3 entrepreneurs. We are open for new connections. Welcome to build a connection with us. My name is Yukun. Thank you.
Thank you, Yukun, for a great speech. It was really good to hear how Future 3 campuses making effort and their achievements so far to bring Web2 developers to Web3. And now let's have an intense and simple, short 10-minute break time, and then we will move on to the session 2. So please check out the full agenda for session 2, and then you can take another insight for you yourself for Web3. And there are beverages and drinks already in the back, so please get some drinks and take a break time. Thank you. what they are doing. Let's give him a big applause. Thank you.
아하, 마이크 테스트. 안녕하십니까. 제가 그 처음으로 이제 영어 대신에 한국어로 하는데 죄송하지만 다 한국어 할 줄 아시죠? 네, 알겠습니다. 아니면 유튜브 동시 송출하시면 영어로 나옵니다. 일단은 제 소개를 먼저 드리자면 전 SK 네트워크스 워커힐의 웹3 전략 담당 매니저로 일하고 있습니다. 네, 간단하게 소개를 드리면 안녕하십니까. WXYG는 저희 웹3 전략 담당의 어떻게 총체적인 웹3 팀 이름입니다. 저희는 다양한 활동들을 하고 있는데요. WXY 팀은 일단 국내 최초, 글로벌 최초로 호텔 NFT 멤버십을 처음으로 발간했습니다. 그래서 원래 워커힐 호텔이 기존에 무료 회원이 한 10만 정도 계시고요. 유료 회원이 한 5만 정도 계세요. 그리고 1억 이상의 멤버십을 갖고 계신 분들이 한 2,000명 정도 계십니다. 그래서 이제 그분들 대신에 또 다른 멤버십 하나 만들어서 일반 유저들을 끌어당기고 있고요. 이 멤버십들이 모여서 다오를 이루었습니다. 그 다오 프로젝트로 이제 해링턴카라는 걸 처음 시작했는데요. 해링턴카라는 거는 이제 호텔 내에서 혹시 워커힐은 모르시는 분 계시나요? 워커힐 모른다. 잘 모르실 거예요. 네. 20대 분들은 거의 워커힐을 잘 모르시더라고요. 네, 그럼에도 열심히 하고 있고 일단은 저희 다오 프로젝트라는 게 이 멤버들이 모여서 이제 워커힐 내에서 이제 프로젝트를 하나 진행하게 됩니다. 그래서 이 슈퍼카의 미니 버전인 해링턴카라는 프로젝트를 하게 됐고요. 이건 이제 호텔 내부에서 이 슈퍼카 미니 버전을 타서 판매를 하고 여기에 대한 수익이 나면 다오한테 일부분을 환원하는 개념으로 나아가는 프로젝트입니다. 저희 세 번째는 이제 마을 호텔이라는 프로젝트고요. 마을 호텔 프로젝트는 이제 호텔에 오시는 분들, 뭐 F&B나 이제 객실에 오시는 분들한테 호텔 NFT를 나눠드리고요. 이 호텔 NFT를 가지고 주변 상권에서 이제 할인을 받으실 수 있고 래플도 사용하실 수 있는 혜택을 받으실 수 있습니다. 그래서 한 20개 정도의 이제 매장을 영업해서 같이 하고 있고요. 이게 굉장히 좀 힘든 프로젝트예요. 어떤 게 문제냐면 보통 이제 호텔에 방문하신 분들한테 이제 호텔에 있는 F&B를 이용하게 하는 게 보통의 정석입니다. 하지만 저희 호텔에 오시는 분들을 밖으로 빼는 활동을 하고 있죠. 그러다 보니까 호텔의 매출은 줄 수도 있어요. 다만 다른 방면에서 호텔에 오시는 분들 일부분은 배달의 민족이나 혹은 나가서 드시는 분들이 많기 때문에 그런 분들 대상으로 타겟팅을 해서 진행을 하고 있습니다. 네 번째는 AR 프로젝트고요. 다섯 번째는 오늘 발표하게 된 이제 AI 이제 가이드입니다. AI 에이전트 가이드인데 뒤쪽에서 자세하게 또 설명해드리도록 하겠습니다. 그래서 SK 네트워크스는 이제 원래는 이제 렌트카 기술 회사였어요. 그러다가 이제 앵코어라는 데이터 기업을 작년에 인수하고 AI와 데이터를 동시에 하고 있습니다. 그러면서 이제 3.0으로 나아가면서 이제 저희가 해시드라는 회사에도 투자를 했고 블록오디세라는 회사에도 투자를 했습니다. 그러면서 이제 웹3의 적용을 어디서 할까 하다가 SK 네트워크스 산하에 이제 워커힐이라는 호텔이 있습니다. 저희 호텔이 있고 아무래도 저희가 월간 방문객이 거의 15만 명 정도 돼요. 15만 명 정도 되는 이분들을 토대로 뭔가 웹3적인 것들을 통해서 블록체인이나 AI를 통해서 대중화를 시켜보자라는 목표를 가지고 이번 1월부터 시작을 했습니다. 워커힐 호텔에 오신 분은 알겠지만 저희가 60년이 넘었고요. 실제로 크기가 굉장히 큽니다. 거의 롯데월드만한 크기거든요. 그래서 한번 호텔에 들어오시면은 하루 종일 들어오셔도 부족함이 없습니다. 다만 저희의 문제점은 아무래도 60년이 넘었기 때문에 이제 40대 이상 분들은 굉장히 많이 이용하시고 잘 알고 계세요. 다만 20, 30대 분들은 저희 호텔을 모르거나 오지를 않으십니다. 대부분 이제 롯데 호텔 가까우니까 많이 가시고요. 신라 호텔 혹은 요즘에 이제 역세권에 많은 호텔들이 존재해요. 그래서 그런 호텔들을 더 많이 이용하시는 경향이 있습니다. 그래서 블록체인과 AI로 이제 20, 30대를 꼬셔보자라는 게 첫 번째 목표였습니다. 네, 그래서 첫 번째 저희 NFT는 48명의 멤버들을 뽑았어요. 이제 지원서를 300명 정도 받았고 그 중에서 뽑게 됐고요. 32명은 일반 멤버, 그러니까 워커힐을 한 번도 방문하지 않은 분들이 대부분이고요. 16명은 인플루언서로 뽑았습니다. 그래서 뭐 마땡킴 대표님도 계시고 이제 여러 이제 피시스 대표님, 뭐 슈퍼카 랩핑 하시는 회사죠. 그리고 런던 베이글 대표님, 그리고 가수 창모 등등 여러 많은 인플루언서 분들이 같이 참여하면서 워커힐에서 새로운 프로젝트를 같이 만들고 있습니다. 네, 시즌 1은 이제 48명 시작해서 시즌 2에는 300명, 그리고 이제 시즌 3에서는 3,000명 이상의 대중화 목표로 진행하고 있고요. 기존에 이제 호텔 멤버십이 존재하지만 왜 NFT 멤버십을 하냐라고 했을 때 웹2와 웹3는 분명한 차이가 있다고 생각합니다. 웹2 같은 경우는 저희가 개인 정보를 받게 되고요. 이분들의 활동 내역을 저희가 추적할 수밖에 없습니다. 어떻게 멤버십에 가입하게 되면요. 근데 이제 블록체인화 시키면은 실제로 그분들이 NFT, 그러니까 지갑만으로도 우리의 멤버라는 걸 증명할 수 있고 그들이 소비하는 것만으로도 인간으로 취급을 하기 때문에 우리가 실제로 개인 정보를 받지 않고 이분들이 호텔 안에서 소비하는 모습들을 따라갈 수가 있습니다. 다만 어려운 점은 저희가 이분을 통해서 뭔가 데이터를 통해 마케팅을 한다든가 뭐 데이터 분석을 통해서 뭔가 프로모션 한다는 게 불가능해지겠죠. 다만 요즘 이 대한민국에서 느끼는 거는 웹2 유저들의 개인 정보가 너무 일상적으로 퍼져 있기 때문에 크게 의미가 없다고 생각해요. 이런 말은 되겠지만 그 마켓컬리나 이제 여러 가지 이제 사이트에서 분명하게 유저 수는 많지만 매출 못 내는 이유는 분명하게 있을 겁니다. 까는 건 아니고요. 그래서 너무 많은 데이터가 널려 있다. 그래서 실제로 소비하시는 분들한테 개인 정보를 얻을 필요가 없다는 인사이트에서 이 멤버십이 출발했던 것 같습니다. 그래서 시즌 2는 이제 좀 멋있게 하고 있고요. 시즌 2는 이제 조각상의 이미지로 해서 총 500개 NFT가 발간될 예정입니다. 네, 저희가 같이 했던 다우 프로젝트고요. 한 분의 멤버가 제안을 하셔가지고 이제 호텔 내에서 국내 글로벌 최초로 슈퍼카 미니 버전을 타고 다닐 수 있는 프로젝트가 시작됐습니다. 주말에는 거의 완판이 됐고요. 인플루언서 분들이 워낙 많이 타고 다녀서 바이럴도 많이 됐습니다. 그래서 이걸 타고 이제 수익이 나면은 나눠드리는 개념으로 진행을 하게 되고요. 많은 분들이 워낙 재밌어 하시고 이 해링턴카도 물론 굉장히 혁신적인 도전이라고 생각하는데 왜냐하면 이제 호텔 내에서 뭔가 사고가 나면은 이제 호텔의 위기가 빠집니다. 다만 저희가 이제 설득한 방식은 호텔 내에서 이제 레저라는 어떠한 프로그램 등록을 하고 이제 보험을 이제 빡세게 들어서 여기 안에서 사고 나는 거는 보험사에서 100% 책임을 지는 개념으로 하고 있고요. 원래는 첫 번째 저희가 계획했던 거는 혹시 마리오 카트 알고 계시죠? 일본에서 마리오 카트가 있는데 보통 이제 도심지를 많이 타고 다닙니다. 저희가 처음에 했던 거는 저 이제 피시스 대표님이 성수동에 도원이라고 크게 이제 매장이 있으세요. 성수와 워커리를 연결하는 무언가를 만들어 보자 했다가 이제 여러 가지 위험성이 있기 때문에 처음 시작은 이제 호텔 내에서 타고 다니는 프로젝트로 시작하게 되었습니다. 네, 그리고 두 번째 프로젝트는 저희가 이제 블록체인을 이용한 생태계 인프라를 만들고 있습니다. 많은 이제 블록체인 신들에서 꿈꾸는 게 토큰 결제라고 저는 생각해요. 그래서 매장에서 토큰 결제를 하는 그런 아름다운 그림, 신용카드나 무엇이 아닌 토큰을 결제했을 때 블록체인의 어떠한 이 자본들이 더 형성되면서 블록체인과 웹3의 힘이 더 커진다고 생각을 합니다. 저 같은 경우도 블록체인을 좋아하기 때문에 이런 형태의 서비스를 시작하게 됐고요. 우리나라에서도 인프라를 연결하는 시도는 굉장히 많았어요. 지갑을 많이들 만들으셨고 지갑 서비스를 하시면서 매장을 연결하려고 했으나 대부분이 실패하셨습니다. 다만 저희는 이제 워커힐이라는 이름을 좀 가지고 주변에 이제 상권과 협업해서 우리 워커힐의 고객을 이제 주변 상권한테 어떻게 보면 인풋해드리는 개념을 통해서 설득이 가능했고 그런 인프라를 지금 구성하고 있습니다. 그래서 KBW가 이제 워커힐에서 진행이 됩니다. 만약에 오시게 되면은 이 워커힐 마을호텔 NFT를 발급받을 수가 있고요. 이걸 통해서 주변 상권에서 할인을 받아서 사용할 수 있습니다. 그 래플 참여도 되고 저희가 이제 블록체인 위크에 특별히 이번에 NFT를 발급받고 주변 매장에 사용을 하시면 10,000원을 사용하시면 10,000원을 돌려드립니다. 딱 200분 한정으로 돌려드리고 있고요. 오셔서 많이 받으시고 사용하시면 너무 좋을 것 같습니다. 그리고 세 번째는 AR인데 오늘 AI가 더 집중되어 있기 때문에 AI로 넘어가도록 하겠습니다. 저희가 이제 AI 이 프로덕트가 신작하게 된 거는 처음에 멤버들이 워커힐을 한 번도 와보지 않았기 때문에 질문이 굉장히 많아요. 디스코드에서 워커힐에서 내가 2박 3일을 하고 싶은데 어떻게 보내면 좋아요? 라는 질문들이 나오면서 저희 이제 팀원들이 그러면 우리가 가이드를 좀 만들어 보자. 이분들을 위해서 해서 시작점은 가이드를 만들어주는 시스템으로 수동으로 시작했습니다. 그래서 개인 노션을 사용해서 이분들이 원하는 형태의 가이드를 제안해봤고요. 저희가 48분의 멤버 중에 15분에서 20분 정도가 이 가이드를 받아봤습니다. 특이한 거는 이 가이드를 주고 나니까 이분들이 60% 이상 가이드 내력을 따라가기 시작했어요. 그래서 저희의 이제 NFT의 궁극적인 목표 중 하나가 이분들이 워커힐에서 재밌게 즐기고 스펜딩도 하는 거였습니다. 다만 스펜딩에 집중되어 있지 않지만 이분들이 무언가 많이 스펜딩을 일으킴으로써 저희가 다시 돌려줄 수 있는 환원이나 블록체인에 힘이 생긴다고 생각해요. 왜냐하면 많은 블록체인 팀들이 어려운 점은 블록체인은 그냥 마케팅으로 사용하기 때문입니다. 근데 마케팅을 사용한 걸 넘기 위해서는 매출이 일어나야 되거든요. 그래서 저희가 이런 매출 구조를 만들기 시작했고 이런 것들에 대한 가이드가 굉장히 중요하다는 인사이트를 얻게 되었습니다. 보시면은 뭐 한 10개를 지냈는데 6개를 가셨죠. 그러면 70만 원 정도 쓰셨어요. 그러니까 보통의 이제 MZ 분들이 이제 호텔에 오시면은 숙박을 하고 나가서 드시는 경우가 많아요. 다만 무언가 제안했을 때 괜찮은데 하는 느낌을 가지시고 한 번쯤 경험하게 된다는 인사이트를 얻게 되었습니다. 네, 많은 분들이 좋아하시죠? 근데 저희가 집중했던 거는 결국 쇼트 폼인 것 같아요. 쇼폼 콘텐츠. 결국에 많은 MZ들이 많은 얘기를 하는 것보다 적당한 얘기를 빠르게 습득시키면은 소비를 할 수 있습니다. 그러니까 여행을 왔는데 고민을 해야 되나라는 이 궁극적인 목표가 있었던 것 같아요. 그래서 AI에 대한 이제 심층적인 프로덕트에 대한 생각을 하기 시작했고요. 그래서 이제 챗GPT를 통해서 가이드를 짜주는 연습을 했습니다. 그래서 이제 저도 이제 챗GPT의 학습이나 이런 것들을 배웠기 때문에 이제 처음에 하기 시작했고 다만 하다 보니까 이게 전문화된 무언가보다 약간 개인적으로 쓰는 무언가가 돼서 이제 AI 네트워크와 함께 이제 파트너를 맺어서 함께 만들게 되었습니다. 좀 더 고도화된 방식을 취하게 됐고요. 이제 AI 에이전트 컨텐츠라는 가이드를 통해서 저희가 언니포유 가이드라는 이 멤버들한테 가이드 만들어준 걸 바탕으로 여러 가지 데이터셋을 워커리 데이터를 학습시켜서 성수와 삼성까지 연결하는 총체적인 서울 가이드를 만들기 시작했고요. 파인튜닝 같은 경우는 이제 들어가는 데이터셋이고 프롬프트는 어떠한 적당한 질문을 하기 위한 방법이겠죠. 그래서 워커힐 호텔만 보여주는 것이 아니고 저희가 계속 성수동이나 삼성동으로 빼는 역할을 지금 이 가이드를 통해서 하고 있습니다. 그래서 실제로 뭐 수영장旁에서 놀거리를 추천해줘라고 물어보면 뭐 이제 호텔에 대한 어떠한 리조트 뭐 여러 가지 사항도 알려주지만 또 다른 걸 물어보시게 되면은 서울에 이제 넓게 확장해서 하는 개념으로 하고 있습니다. 저희가 이런 개념을 나오게 된 이유는 A라는 결국에는 경험이라는 게 꼭 호텔에서 해야 되는가? 만약 호텔이 중심이 되고 다른 좋은 경험들을 엮어드린다면 오히려 더 좋은 경험이 될 수 있지 않을까라는 그런 인사이트가 있었기 때문입니다. 많은 분들이 워커힐을 오시는 분들을 보시면 예전에 W 호텔을 추억하시거나 W 호텔에 너무 좋았던 경험이 한 번 더 오게 만들거나 이런 것들이 있어요. 그래서 저희도 이렇게 AI를 알려주고 지금은 비록 이제 내부에서 소비를 더하게 하는 것보다 밖으로 빼지만 이런 좋은 경험들이 결국은 다시 워커힐에 오게 만드는 경험이 된다고 생각합니다. 네, 그래서 이제 저희 광진구의 워커힐 호텔에 집중된 거에서 이제 함께 이제 삼성동에 이제 언커먼 갤러리까지 중심에서 연결이 되고요. 성수동까지 연결이 되는 그림을 생각하고 있습니다. 지금 열심히 이 데이터셋을 만들고 있고요. 실제로 저희 워커힐에서 이제 객실을 예약하시면 저희는 삼성동의 언커먼 갤러리를 추천해주거나 혹은 이제 성수동을 추천해줍니다. 그 이유는 성수동이 지금은 저는 대한민국 트렌드의 중심이라고 생각합니다. 예전에 홍대였고 예전엔 신촌이었고 예전에 을지로였고 예전에 명동이었습니다. 다만 20, 30대부터 뭐 외국인까지 모든 사람들이 지금 성수동에 방문하기 때문에 성수동에 집중된 가이드를 만들어드리고 성수동에서 가장 가까운 호텔이 워커힐입니다. 그리고 삼성동이라는 것 자체가 이쪽 근처에 예술에 담당된 구역이 굉장히 많아요. 언커먼 갤러리도 굉장히 유명하지만 다른 뭐 마이아트 뮤지엄도 있으시고 코엑스에 있는 여러 가지 미술관도 많습니다. 그러니까 많은 이제 비즈니스맨들이 삼성을 꼭 들리시는 경향이 있어요. 그래서 이런 식으로 이제 가이드를 제안드립니다. 그리고 이 안에서 이제 어떠한 레스토랑을 제안드리는 거는 저희가 미쉐린 바탕의 레스토랑을 제안드리고요. 좋은 경험을 원하기 때문에 좀 더 이제 퀄리티가 높은 식당을 미쉐린으로 잡았습니다. 네, 이런 식으로 이제 데이터 세팅을 한 다음에 저희가 만들어지는 챗 GPT 혹은 형태의 가이드를 통해서 데이터를 이제 학습시키고 이 데이터를 빼내서 마케팅이나 프로모션에 사용하는 이제 AI 에이전트의 방향까지 생각을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 어떠한 이제 프로모션이나 마케팅을 실행할 때 워커힐의 가장 큰 문제점이라고 할 수 있겠는데요. 마케터의 직관에 의한 마케팅 실행입니다. 그러니까 어떠한 이제 대규모의 콘서트를 만들어 놓고 아무도 안 오실 경우도 있어요. 워커힐도. 그러면 실패한 겁니다. 다만 그런 것들이 생긴 이유가 마케터의 개인적인 역량 혹은 인사이트에 의한 판단 때문에 그렇다고 생각합니다. 그러다 보니까 호텔에 계속 비용 구조는 높아지고 매출은 낮아집니다. 그런 것들을 고객한테 물어보는 어떠한 풀을 만들었다고 생각하면 될 것 같아요. 그래서 AI 가이드로 그냥 쓰이는 것뿐만 아니라 AI 가이드를 통해서 많은 대중 고객들한테 데이터를 뽑아내는 형태를 바라보고 있습니다. 저희가 월에 거의 15만 정도 방문하시니까 저희 KPI가 보통은 이제 숙박객은 한 2만에서 3만 정도 되는 것 같아요. 그럼 그분들이 거의 다 사용하신다고 하면 한 이제 KPI는 2만은 넘겠죠. 월에 2만 정도의 사용량을 보고 있고요. 여기서 어려운 점은 이분들이 가이드를 만들어줬을 때 이대로 팔로우업해서 사용하느냐는 또 다른 문제인 것 같습니다. 다만 저희는 이분들의 가이드를 만들어드리고 팔로우업을 할 수 있는 방안까지도 생각을 하고 있습니다. 네, 여기까지입니다. 시간이 오늘 짧아가지고 시간 맞나요? 제가 원래 개그도 좋아하고 중간중간 뭐도 해야 되는데 네. 아무튼 여러 가지 뭐 열심히 하고 있습니다. 우리나라에서 대기업 중에서 유일하게 이제 블록체인을 대중화시키는데 퍼포먼스를 내고 있는 팀이라고 생각합니다. 지금 작년까지는 대기업이 꽤 많았어요. 많은 분들이 이번에 가상자산보호법 생기면서 그만뒀고요. 다만 저희 같은 경우는 오히려 이걸 기회로 삼고 NFT가 아닌 다른 방식의 확장을 도모하고 있습니다. 그렇게 성장을 하고 있고요. 혹시 뭐 질문하실 거 있으신가요? 어떤 거요? 2차 NFT는 저희가 이제 KBW에서 이제 공개를 할 거고요. 거기서 이제 어떻게 하시면 된다라는 대략의 그림을 보여드릴 겁니다. 그래서 대부분의 선정픽이 많을 겁니다. 하지만 이제 한 30분에서 50분 정도는 이제 지원서를 받아서 뽑을 생각이고, 이게 워커 NFT 멤버십의 문제점은 많이 사용하시면 좋은데 이제 한 3달에 한 번, 4달에 한 번 오실 때가 많아요. 그러니까 좀 더 자주 방문하시는 뭔가 시스템을 만들기 위해서 워커를 좀 좋아하시는 분들을 많이 뽑을 생각입니다. 다만 여기서 돈을 쓰시라는 얘기는 아니고요. 많이 오셔서 저희한테 피드백을 주시거나 혹은 워커힐과 어떤 프로젝트를 같이 할 수 있는 분이 너무 좋아요. 저희는 계속 프로젝트를 같이 할 준비가 돼 있는데 제안하시는 분은 한 달에 한두 분 계세요. 그러니까 프로젝트의 풀은 계속 작아집니다. 그래서 프로젝트를 많이 제안하시는 분들이 워커힐 멤버면 좋지 않을까라는 고민을 하고 있습니다. 꼭 지원해 주세요. 네. 저희 마지막 뿅 되는데요. 되죠? 네, 이상으로 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you, Uchul, again for the great speech. So it was really impressive that Walker Hill, as one of the largest hotel brand in Korea, is making actual use cases by leveraging the Web3 technologies. And the next speaker is Simon Kim, who was the driving force of this Web3 AI Seoul Summit, and he's in charge of our AI network strategies as a whole. So let's give him a big round of applause.
Thank you. Welcome to Uncommon Gallery and the Web3 AI Seoul. Please understanding I will presenting Korean version, but I will writing English. So 여기 와주신 분들 너무 감사드립니다. 오늘 웹3 AI 서울 좀 저희가 국내외적으로 AI 관련된 프로젝트들과 함께 좋은 좀 인사이트를 공유하면 좋을 것 같아서 오늘 자리를 마련했고요. 우선 저희의 문제 인식, 저희가 AI 네트워크는 도대체 뭘 하는 회사인데 이런 행사를 진행했냐. 그래서 저희는 이제 맨 처음에 AI 개발을 위해서 많은 GPU 자원이 필요하고 많은 돈이 든다는 것을 저희가 이제 착안을 했고요. 그래서 저희는 협력적 생태계를 통해서 AI 네트워크라는 프로토콜을 만들어서 이제 어떻게 보면 에어비앤비 GPU 버전이라고 보시면 됩니다. 그래서 저희 AI 네트워크를 통해서 개발자 그리고 자원 제공자 그리고 사용자들과 함께 이런 협력적 생태계를 만들기 위해서 진행을 하고 있습니다. 기술적으로 조금 들어가면 이제 하이브리드 클라우드 시스템을 이용해서 이제 AI 솔루션에게 이제 최적화된 이제 솔루션을 제공할 수 있도록 하고 있고요. 그래서 실제로 이런 체인 활동과 여러 가지 기술적인 부분이 있다라고 그냥 간단하게만 보시면 좋을 것 같아요. 그래서 실제로는 저희가 뭘 하고 싶냐면 웹3는 결국에는 하나의 프로토콜이 필요한데 그 프로토콜 안에서 여러 가지 3개의 레이어를 지원을 하게 됩니다. 제 밑에는 GPU 레이어가 있고 그 다음에 파운데이션 레이어, 어플리케이션 레이어가 있는데 저희는 이 모든 3개의 레이어를 직접 만들고 운영하고 있는 운영 회사가 AI 네트워크다라고 보시면 됩니다. 그래서 좀 더 디테일하게 얘기를 해보면 파운데이션 단에서는 이제 LLM 애저 서비스를 통해서 다양한 이제 LLM 서비스를 접목을 원하는 회사들 그런 그룹들과 같이 일을 하고 있습니다. 최근에는 이제 인바디라는 이제 한국에서 코스닥에 상장되어 있는 최성분 데이터를 수집하는 회사인데 거기서 AI를 통해서 LLM 서비스를 통해서 최성분 데이터를 빅데이터로 학습하고 그리고 원하는 결과물을 자연스럽게 자연어로 얘기할 수 있는 챗봇 서비스를 이제 저희가 런칭을 하기도 했고요. 그래서 실제로 시중에 출시가 되어 있는 개인용 인바디 이제 P+라는 이제 디바이스가 있어서 그 디바이스를 사시면 이제 테스터 그리고 AI를 직접 써보실 수가 있습니다. 그리고 저희가 GPU 레이어에서는 아무래도 그런 GPU 잔을 모으기 위해서 NFT를 통해서 진행이 됐습니다. 런유어 노드라고 해서 이 GPU 자원들을 모집하고 그럼 이 해당 프로젝트마다 모인 GPU 자원을 해당 프로젝트에게 제공을 하고 있습니다. 네, 어떻게 보면 아까 말씀드렸던 뭐 발표하셨던 아카시넷이나 뭐 렌더 토큰, 뭐 최근에는 이제 많은 프로젝트들이 있죠. 아무래도 디핀 섹터에서도 많이 이러한 움직임이 많이 일어나고 있고요. 그 다음에는 저희가 요즘에 주력하고 있는 이제 어플리케이션 레이어에서는 다양한 것들을 진행하고 있어요. 이제 AI 에이전트 마켓플레이스, 요즘에 이제 또 AI 에이전트 관련해서 많은 프로젝트들이 나오고 있죠. 그리고 저희가 실제로 이제 오프라인과 온라인에 연결할 수 있는 스마트 게이트라고 해서 저희가 리니어 체인 그런 메타마스크랑 같이 협력을 해서 이더리움 이제 덴버나 아니면 이더 CC에서 저희의 이제 기술력을 같이 웹3와 웹2를 연결할 수 있는 QR 코드를 NFT로 인증만 하면 자연스럽게 쓸 수 있도록 이런 것들을 기술적으로 협력을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 오늘 어떻게 보면 제일 중요하다고 할 수 있는 이제 언블록 미디어 같은 경우에는 AI 에이전트를 통해서 순순하게 그러니까 100% AI들만이 의견을 교류하고 의견을 모아서 하나의 기사를 만들 수 있는 어떻게 보면 세계 최초의 AI 뉴스 에이전시라고 보시면 됩니다. 그래서 어떻게 보면 앞서 말씀드린 AI 에이전트들이 하나의 AI NFT들이고요. 그 AI NFT들이 이렇게 각자 하나의 주제를 크롤링해서 이제 바라보죠. 어떻게 보면 구글 트렌드나 뭐 다양한 뉴스들을 통해서 뉴스를 바로 크롤링한 다음에 이 캡처를 한 다음에 바로 이제 치프 에디터가 얘기를 하는 거죠. 이 기사를 실제로 던져줍니다. 리포터한테. 지금 비트코인이 떨어졌는데 왜 떨어졌어? 이 기사를 써볼래? 하면 이제 리포터가 그 다음에 기사를 받고 매니저한테 이제 라이팅과 피드백을 통해서 이제 아티클을 실제로 퍼블리싱 할 수 있는 이 단계를 블록체인을 통해서 그리고 AI를 통해서 하나의 플랫폼화 시켰고요. 저희는 앞으로 이걸 통해서 많은 유저들을 유입하고 실제로 수익이 발생할 수 있다라는 것까지 더욱더 나가려고 합니다. 그래서 뒤쪽에 이제 플레이그라운드가 있기 때문에 거기서도 한번 직접 체험을 해보시면 좋을 것 같습니다. 그래서 방금 말씀드렸던 이런 일련의 과정들을 어떻게 보면은 실제로 유의미한 결과물로 받아볼 수 있도록 저희가 노력을 하고 있고 여기서 이 AI NFT도 저희 AI 에이전트에서 거래할 수 있는 플랫폼과 이 언블록 미디어라는 플랫폼을 통해서 실제 사례를 증명하려고 노력하고 있습니다. 그 다음으로는 어떻게 보면 기술적 협력인데요. 앞서 말씀드렸던 리니어 체인과 같이 저희는 이제 퍼치 펭귄과 퍼치 펭귄 NFT를 LLM으로 인해서 검색해보고 쉽게 본인이 구매하고 싶은 NFT를 살 수 있는 그런 플랫폼을 만들었고요. 영상이 나올까요? 영상이 안 나오네요. 네, 그래서 그런 것들을 저희가 기술력 협력을 통해서 많이 콜라보레이션을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 마지막으로는 이제 아레나라고 해서 웹3 버전의 LMCS가 있습니다. 저희가 LLM 성능을 비교할 수 있는 어떻게 보면 대시보드나 여러 가지 리더보드들이 있는데 이런 것들을 웹3로 연결해서 보상을 받을 수 있도록 만들어서 저희가 운영을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 결국에 AI 네트워크는 커먼 컴퓨터라는 자회사 모회사고요. 저희는 실제로 이런 AI 네트워크 프로토콜을 통해서 협력적 생태계를 만들고 꾸려나가고 있습니다. 그리고 저희는 이제 대부분 이제 구글 출신의 파운더들 그리고 C레벨들이 있고 저희는 대략 한 이제 $24 밀리언 정도의 이제 투자를 받았고요. 그래서 계속 열심히 실증을 만들어내는 프로젝트로 열심히 노력을 하고 있습니다. 그리고 저희에게 투자를 해주신 다양한 좋은 프로젝트들이 있고요. 그래서 이번 기회로도 이제 또 새로운 협력과 서로 윈윈할 수 있는 기회를 만들어가면 좋겠습니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you to our very own Simon Kim. So all those services he mentioned, Pudgy Search, Arena, and Unblock Media, they're all on display on the left side here. There's some tablets set up just here. So in the break time, if you want to have a look, just head over there. So our next speaker is Jasper Zhang, here he is, from Hyperbolic Labs, co-founder of Hyperbolic Labs. So give up for Jasper Zhang.
Okay. Hey everyone, this is Jasper, the CEO and co-founder of Hyperbolic. At Hyperbolic, we believe the future of AI is collaborative, and we're building a decentralized AI cloud to democratize access to AI. And our ultimate goal is to build an open ecosystem and economy for AI. Before we start, I want to introduce myself. So I did my math PhD from UC Berkeley. I finished in 2 years, which makes me the fastest person to finish a PhD in the history of Berkeley when I was 24 years old. Before that, I did my undergrad at Peking University, graduated with the highest honor, Student of the Year. I also won a few gold medals in different mathematical competitions. After that, I went to Citi Securities, was as a quant researcher, and I later on worked on Avalanche consensus protocol at Avalabs. And we have founded Hyperbolic Labs for almost 2 years, have raised 2 rounds since then. Last round was $7 million seed round backed by Polychain and Lightspeed Faction, those prestigious Web3 VCs. My co-founder, Yuchen, and he's also our CTO. He did his CS PhD from University of Washington and worked at AI companies, Octo AI, and later on joined us to democratize AI together. We have like a strong advisor team. So Rena Singh, the co-founder of Databricks, and Reluca Adapapa is a professor at UC Berkeley, specializing in computer security. We have Siamat Moalmi, who's a professor from Columbia, and lastly, we have Ima, who's a professor at Hong Kong University and UC Berkeley. So a lot of people talk about they want to democratize AI. However, we are doing it like in order to solve 3 major goals. So first, the first goal is that we want to utilize decentralized heterogeneous compute, because in the world where different people have different kinds of GPUs, how do you build a system to actually aggregate them together and leverage the power of them? It's a very critical problem. And we have the solution to solve that. First, we build our compiling service, utilizing open source AI compilers called Apache TVM, and also our secret sauce. And we are able to compile any kinds of AI models from high-level language like PyTorch, JAX, TensorFlow, into low-level language like CUDA for NVIDIA, RockM for AMD, and Metal and Vulkan, etc. We're able to achieve like the state-of-the-art performance of running AI models on AMD chips, and we're currently working with AMD together to continue optimize the performance of the AMD chips. Although we are decentralized, we actually provide comparable performance compared to centralized solutions, and currently there are like more than 10,000 developers using our products, and we'll continue to push the boundary of Web3 AI, letting more and more traditional AI developers using our solutions. We also have designed a very novel orchestration layer architecture. We call it Hyperbolic Decentralized Operation System, short for HyperDOS. And basically, we have this idea of aggregation of clusters instead of aggregation of nodes. We think of our ecosystem as the solar system. Sun cluster is the main cluster to orchestrate all the clusters around the world. And then any data centers, any visual machines, they can just install HyperDOS to turn their machines and clusters into a cluster of hyperbolic network, and users on our network can seamlessly access the GPUs that they want with a few clicks. The second goal we're trying to achieve is that we want to ensure security and verifiability in decentralized AI, because in a decentralized network, different nodes are controlled by different users and owners. And how do you make sure that they will behave correctly, honestly, even there is no like such legal contract to regulate them? So this is, we invented a new verification mechanism called proof of sampling. This is a joint work with our advisors, Raluca Papa and Professor Siamat Mo'alami. Before break down proof of sampling, I want to share like our thoughts on the existing verification mechanism. The first one is like consensus, second one is OP, optimism rollup, and then lastly is ZK proof. So people say like they can use this to verify the correctness of AI results, but however, those have some disadvantages. So first, for consensus, it basically introduces inevitable overhead. So let's say if you want 10 nodes to run the results based on the same user request, it basically introduces 10 times overhead. This is like not practical at all. And then for OPML, it actually has a challenge window. Usually, like it's like 7 days. You allow like other people to challenge the result, but this like make the finality very unideal. And it's like when you want to ask an AI bot a question, like you don't want to wait for 7 days until you actually know the result is correct. And lastly, ZK. This is everyone knows math doesn't lie, but the computational overhead is pretty high right now, and it's fairly impractical to use it in production. So what we invented is called proof of sampling, which is a sampling-based verification mechanism. So instead of challenging all the results that generated by nodes, we only challenge like a certain percentage of the results generated by one node. And this is how a lot of real-world systems work as well. So in Switzerland, they have a very interesting bus system. When you buy the ticket, usually no one will check a ticket, but with a certain chance, there will be an inspector jump on the bus and ask you to show the ticket. And if you doesn't have the ticket, they will charge you a very high penalty, let's say $100. But the ticket cost only costs you like $2. So when you do the math, you actually have the incentive to buy the tickets all the time because you want to avoid getting penalized. And so we share the same idea. So for most of the cases, only one node in our network will generate the result based on the user's request. We call it asserter. But then there was some certain chance, orchestrator will run a random beacon, and then once it's selected, it will initiate a challenge mechanism and ask another node called validator to regenerate the result based on the same user's request. And then the orchestrator will compare the results, and if the results are different, the orchestrator will initiate an arbitration process. And after the arbitration process, the dishonest node will be punished with a high penalty. And we can use math to prove that as long as the probability of checking is high enough, the system actually has pure strategy Nash equivalent, which means that every node in the network will behave 100% honest all the time. And the last goal we're trying to solve is we want to protect privacy in decentralized AI. Even the request is processed by a random third-party node. We're exploring using TEE, which is Trusted Execution Environment, on the high-end GPUs like H100 and in even the future generations like B100. We are working with a few projects together in the field, and we're currently building POC together, and we'll ship the products very soon, later this year. So we talk about like the three major problems we try to solve, and here's the ecosystem architecture that we actually want to build. So what we want to build is that we want to become the foundation of every decentralized AI projects, because most of the projects are trying to utilize tokenomics to solve real-world problem, but they still need like essential infrastructure like decentralized orchestration layer to aggregate GPUs. So because every AI services will need GPUs to power their services. And then also they need like those AI engines. For example, we're building an inference engine, but we're also trying to work with partners together to build decentralized fine-tuning service as well as decentralized training service. We also encourage other developers to come and build different other services like vector embedding, vector database, retrieval augmented generation, etc. And together they form the AI services that all the AI developers will need in the future. And so once we finish the infrastructure, we'll enter the second phase, which is the application and economy phase. In this phase, there will be a lot of new AI applications that cannot be built in Web2, but can be built on Hyperbolic. So for example, someone can easily build a GPU future exchange. So basically, you can tokenize the future usage of GPUs, and you can build a derivative exchange based on that, just like a DYDX of GPU. Traders can start trading these future tokens based on their predictions of the GPU price in the future. But then also, it also gives GPU providers guarantee of the future revenue once they start joining Hyperbolic. And this can incentivize them to bring more capital and more compute to our ecosystem. Another example is someone can build like AI model revenue sharing applications. So basically, as an AI developer, he can tokenize the ownership of this AI model. And let's say like he issue 1,000 tokens when he launched the AI model, and the AI model will be hosted on Hyperbolic. Then the revenue that come into Hyperbolic will be redistributed back to the token holders. And there will be a lot more new ideas people can explore on our ecosystem. And this is just a beginning, and we expect like together with the community, we can build an open ecosystem and economy for AI. So lastly, I just want to show like the ecosystem map that we're currently building. This is a little bit outdated, but we actually have almost 100 partners, and some of them are from AI universities, some of them are from AI researchers from universities, and some of them are like Web3 AI projects, and also we are also working with like a few Web2 AI projects as well. And we believe the future of AI is collaborative, and if you want to build AI services, AI applications, or you just have like compute, you want to like power or monetize your idle GPUs, please talk to us after this talk. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Jasper. Appreciate that. Very, very interesting. So our next speaker is Matt Wright from Gaia. He's the the CEO. That's the one, CEO. Sorry, my mistake. Or just, okay. Director, CEO. Bear with us a second. Thank you. Sorry. Maybe I should entertain you with some jokes. So just a reminder, we got refreshments in the back. And if you want to check out any of our other services, so Arena, Pudgy Penguin Search, or Unblock Media, which has launched today, the world's first all AI news agency, you can check them out just here on your left-hand side.
What's up, everybody? How's everyone doing? Good? Lovely? Awesome, man. Thanks for having me. My name is Matt Wright. I'm the CEO of Gaia. We're building living knowledge systems. Little background on myself. I started my career in corporate innovation and builder communities, developer communities. I worked for a cool small company called Angel Hack, organized hackathons in 60 different countries, and then worked around 2015, got into crypto, and then in 2017 started working for JP Morgan on private Ethereum, and then worked for Consensus Software for 4 years, building the future internet of value with developers all around the world. And then now with Gaia. So, what is Gaia doing? We're building a decentralized infrastructure for orchestrating, AI agent infrastructure, and then using, crypto economics to validate those AI agents over time. And so we really see it as living knowledge systems. We see it as if you have your own IP, your own knowledge, your own likeness, we want to package that inside of AI and enable for you as the owner of these of this data to monetize services around that. And so, why did we start with Gaia? What is the problem we see? In centralized AI, we see a lot of censorship and bias. When we have like 4 white dudes in Silicon Valley building all this AI, how do we expect this to work for everyone around the world in emerging markets, et cetera? And so we believe that some core Web3 primitives like governance, on-chain governance, and just enabling access to compute in parts of the world that don't have access like we do in the West. Control and governance, so the actual development and research of AI, how do we enable this to be more of an open process? And so we leverage a lot of open source LLMs from Hugging Face, and I'll go into that in a bit. We see privacy and IP issues. If you don't get to choose, where you're hosting your AI or, how you're hosting it, perhaps like how you build applications on top of it, it becomes, an issue of privacy. And so we see a lot of enterprises, a lot of commercial partners, having kind of a pause when they look at adopting AI because it's not in-house, it's not something they have control over, they own. And so we're trying to give that back to people and institutions. There's a lot of operational issues as well. Of course, we're very, very early, but there's the cost of running your own AI. There's, the kind of closed sandbox or black box of some of this AI. It's really hard for developers to iterate and explore. And then we see a lot of economic constraints. So the more you contribute to a model, or the more you, build and integrate with a model or an agent that serves a unique purpose, it's harder for you to either get paid for your services or perhaps get paid for your contributions for training the models. And so yeah, just packaging up some of those key issues again. What Gaia is looking to approach is reducing downtime, addressing privacy challenges and concerns for customers as well, and lower costs of running an LLM, and then expanding GPU across the globe, incentivizing folks to provide GPU to a network of participants. When the lower cost of running an LLM, we essentially are enabling you to take any open source LLM, use our developer tools to run your own AI agent. And you can run this from your command line, or run on your local machine, run it on a cloud instance, GPU, CPU. We're helping folks use smaller large language models, so it's a lot more compatible with whatever environment you need to for your specific workflow. Just kind of breaking down to folks that maybe you're just now exploring AI, just want to figure out how do you take your knowledge of Web3 and compare it to this field. These are some of the major components we see in AI, and so we have inference, essentially having the machine infer on the inputs or the embeddings that it's been trained on. And then which essentially leads into machine learning. So having like LLMs be kind of the brain of AI and how it's essentially taking input data and making decision from there. And then you have compute. So how do you actually train the model with compute power? How do you essentially run this as a standalone application? And then of course, like what we see on like the ChatGPTs of the world and all the agentic workflows is something that's human readable, something that's front end UX UI, and of course like hosting this entire setup. And so if you crack open the hood of most of these agents that we're seeing out there in the world, you'll see a lot of these components be core to like how they operate. And so what we're looking at is how do you decentralize all these components. For us, we're more focused on inference, but we're enabling folks to come into our Gaia ecosystem and provide new ways to provide all of these stack. Again, I'll go into Gaia infrastructure in a second, but on the machine learning, the LLM side, there's a massive ecosystem of open source LLMs through Hugging Face. There's like, I think I just looked, there's like 900,000 now. It was like 800,000 like a week ago, 2 weeks ago. And so like these models are getting fine-tuned in their own ways at crazy fast speed. We're seeing the process of how we're learning about how to build these models scale faster, and we're simply leveraging what's already existing in the ecosystem and helping folks that have specific knowledge train on the inference and put that on chain. Again, just some of the high-level thoughts for the new folks. For embeddings, is making any human language understandable by machines. So turning it into ones and zeros and putting it in a vector format, so machines can properly go and search for specific information. And then that inference, or that those embeddings are the input for inference. So allowing the models to make decisions in real time. And so we're looking at more like this layer, like how do we bring this on chain? Why even use Web3? Why use crypto economics? And then of course you have LLMs. As I mentioned, there's like 900,000 models. They're all fine-tuned to different specific data and knowledge, and so a lot of them are this similar origins, but are fine-tuned in a unique way. And then of course there's tons of applications out there that are leveraging AI agent workflows. And basically what we're trying to do is provide what a lot of these folks are providing, but in a decentralized format where you can choose where you run it, you can choose how it serves your customer, your developers, and how do you build integrations that are composable and work in different ecosystems or environments. We're not a blockchain. We are pure infrastructure and enabling for folks to take the inference, your unique data, your unique knowledge, and have that validated by a Web3 ecosystem and allow you to monetize that. And I'll show you a cool little use case, a pilot we have in a second. How are we on time? Doing all right? Think we're okay? All right. So basically what we're offering, like if you look under the hood of what Gaia is, we have a high performance runtime. We have a vector DB and prompt manager. We have nodes and domains, which I can go into details shortly. We take fine-tuned LLMs from Hugging Face, so any LLM that works for your specific use case or context, it plugs in, it's portable. You could even use OpenAI for our the OpenAI APIs for our infrastructure, but just wouldn't really make sense. And then we have an OpenAI API server, so you basically can take your node or your agent and have that output be an API. And then we have a plugin ecosystem that we're building. We have 100 to 200 Web3 projects and Web2 projects that have their own proprietary knowledge, and they're looking to either build AI agents and or integrations that help these agents work together. And so an interesting world is going to be when 90+% of the Web3 ecosystem are actually AIs and not necessarily humans. How are we building software for those folks or robots? And so we're working towards that future. And so, really like our top goals here are, enabling to support any open source LLM. And then we want to, help, we want to support any open source AI model and LLMs. And then we want to enable like revenue generation through these nodes and API services. And then we want to help build out decentralized governance structures for how people are using these tools. Because right now, it's limited to a small group of people who might not be familiar with Web3. And so, again, kind of similar infrastructure here. So we have the AI agent infrastructure where, under the hood, we have LLM, vector DB, We have an application runtime called Wasm Edge, which allows you to run the AI agent in very similar environments or similar performance in different environments. And then we have a node architecture where you can deploy one of our agents in under 10 minutes from your command line. In the future, we're going to have unique ways where folks can deploy clusters of these nodes and have unique out-of-the-box setup for different applications. And then we have domains, which essentially are nodes as well, but imagine it like a super node. And so the domain orchestrates which nodes are performing outputs to the application layer. And so this will kind of be the piece where we're deciding which nodes are actually valid or validated by the community, and that should be part of the domain network. And then we have Web3 integrations. So we have again, we have different unique use cases around payments, governance, like on-chain governance, permissioning or on-chain reputation, identity, and even like financial infrastructure, like signing multi-sigs or any other cool Web3 primitive. I'll probably skip past this one, but there's a lot of interesting verticals that we're building in. I think the biggest one would be like dApps is kind of something that we're really focused on right now. And then we have a lot of enterprises who are looking to explore building their own AI. They don't want to be putting all their data into OpenAI infrastructure. They'd rather host this themselves. And so out of the box, again, our infrastructure enables them to run their own AI agents without a blockchain. They can run it from their computer, their on-prem, whatever works for their use case. And over time, the goal is to get them to adopt Web3 as a place to validate the network, perhaps monetize some of their services. So in all, we're a developer platform. We have PyTorch and Llama CPP that can help fine-tune. We're using LangChain to help create the knowledge and the VectorDB. We use Qdront for like the VectorDB, like the hosting of the VectorDB or of the vectorization. And then Gaia, we run the service. And so really we're like this orchestration layer where there's a lot of these open source moving pieces between the vectorization, LLM, hosting, compute. We're enabling different providers to come in and make that available in our ecosystem. And developers and end users are able to decide which setup works for their use case or their context. This is kind of the high-level overview of the architecture that I was kind of going through. But we have the nodes and the domains. We're actually launching a Gaia domain service in the next few weeks. We'll have like an actual short name for folks that are want to have a short link to their knowledge exchange, similar to how ENS does value exchange. And under the hood, we have the LLM that you can kind of choose which LLM you want to be using. We have RAG enablement and fine-tuning, so you can use your own data to provide more context into the agent. And so they actually are more performant than some other agentic workflows if they're trained on that specific context for the question you're looking for. And we have, again, this application runtime that allows you to run this similar experience in different environments. And then we're looking to have a marketplace, and we're inviting partners to come work with us that offer different ways that people can host their own AI agents. I don't know. Do we have a lot of time left? 2 minutes. Okay, I'm gonna skip past this one. I'll skip past all this stuff. Sorry, guys. So yeah, with 2 minutes left. So what can you build with this? We've been exploring some cool ideas. I'm very excited about. Oh, that messed up. I'm very excited about some like Web3 use cases. So more about creating digital twins that can actually leverage Web3 primitives like signing a smart contract, or essentially either for a multi-sig or governance voting, etc. We're right now creating we have about 30,000 nodes, and most of them are trained on knowledge bases. So we have a lot of influencers and folks with a specific IP that we've turned into virtual digital twins. We have like a Vitalik agent that's hosted by us. We trained it on all of his former blogs and writings, and so now it can answer questions like Vitalik. One of the interesting ones, because we're talking about future of work today, we're doing a use case with Boardroom.io. They have a rich index data of DAO governance, and so forums, snapshot, tally voting that's on chain, all that data they've indexed and mapped out certain functions. We've actually created digital twins of DAO delegates, and so we're reducing the time you need to spend understanding if a proposal would pass DAO governance vote. We're also thinking through other use cases in that world where it's like on-chain organizations, and you need to make quick decisions based on how a certain working group operates or certain context that they have based on past performance or any past text written content that they have on a certain workflow. And so I'm very excited to see virtual twins start having integrations with smart contracts. And so we, again, with this, I think the future is how do we enable something like SAFE, which this is something we're working on, given the ability of, understanding what a delegate, wants to vote on, actually having the next stage be, that agent would automatically sign a smart contract based on some of that context. So yeah, we're very excited at Gaia to look through or explore all these different use cases. We're inviting any developers that want to build out AI agents with us or agent-to-agent integrations. We'd love to chat. We're doing a hackathon right now, a virtual hackathon. So we have a bunch of devs throwing out ideas to us. Happy to share what we think would be cool to build. And then if you are familiar with the command line, feel free to go run Gaia and clone your own AI agent to your machine. I have it running in AWS. I can show you how to do it. Takes like 5-10 minutes, but that's a call to action here. And yeah, appreciate you guys' time.
Thank you very much, Matt. But next up, we have David Mueller, co-founder of Theoric, and he will be speaking to us about the open AI agent revolution. So give it up for David.
Thank you. Okay, let's get started. 한국말로 할까요? 아니면 영어로 할까요? 한국말로 할까요? 네, 근데 한국말로 할 거면 좀 10분 이상 걸 것 같은데 괜찮을까요? 네, 영어로 합니다. 네. Going to speak in English, not in Korean, because it take me more than 10 minutes to finish the slides in Korean. For those Koreans, though, if you have questions, I've been living in Korea for the past 4 years, so I do speak some Korean. I'd be happy to answer in Korean if you prefer asking in Korean than in English. But my talk today is going to be in English, and it's going to be about the open AI agent revolution. So I am David. I am the co-founder and CPO at Theoric. We're building an AI agent base layer. We are really excited about AI agents, and really what I wanted to do today is talk to you about why we're excited. So you're not going to see a lot of slides that are really going in depth on technology. I really wanted to take the time to motivate the problem of why AI agents are important and where Web3 can come in to provide a solution to some of the problems that are currently existing in the space of AI agents. But let me get started. I hope I'm not in the way. Let me get started with a brief introduction on what AI agents are. So we are all just leveling the sort of the field. For us, AI agents are autonomous software programs that perform tasks with data, planning and reasoning, and the use of tools. And AI agents are very often powered by large language models, both for the input and output of natural language, understanding natural language, but also for really the reasoning capabilities and being able to plan and almost act like a human. So AI agents are exciting, and that's just not something we at Theoric think. AI agents are exciting to other leaders in the field as well. I'm having 3 quotes here. Let me just pull up one. Bill Gates, I guess you all know Bill Gates. Bill Gates recently said, I think it's in a blog post from earlier in the year, that he believes AI agents are going to change how everybody is going to interact with computers. He said it's going to be somewhat like the shift from using command line to access a computer to actually using icon-based operating systems. So if you are old enough, you might remember using a computer, using it through a command line, and then suddenly Bill Gates came with Windows, and Windows really changed the way you were interacting with the computer. And he likens the AI agent revolution to that shift. So ultimately, really big impact on how we are going to work with technology is what he predicts AI agents to be. And we have other people who are super excited about this space, but I'm going to skip that for the sake of being on point here on time. AI agents are really starting to be everywhere and driving quite a few interesting use cases around both Web 2 and Web 3. Just to highlight a few of them. One, investment and trading is a use case we're super excited about. AI agents really help to automate and optimize investment strategies by looking at market data in real time, executing trades across multiple platforms, and merging the results and managing it into a investment and trading strategy. And that's both for Web 2, but we're seeing more and more use of AI agents sort of as investment planners and decision support systems in Web 3 as well, be it in traditional investments in Web 3 or in DeFi investments in Web 3, be it in prediction markets obviously being super exciting, or something we've been looking into quite a bit is meme coin trading even, where AI agents can really help source and work with all the kind of information in real time you have out there. Another thing we think is going to be transformational is how AI agents will impact developer support and really working with any kind of project that's out there in Web 3. So AI agents are going to be assisting developers by answering questions on documentation, automating code generation, doing debugging, and even automated code reviews, providing feedback in real time. So that's going to be a use case we're super excited about. And I guess more generally in Web 3 struggles a bit with providing strong user experience, and not just to developers, really to any kind of user in Web 3 who isn't super technical. There's a chance that AI agents are going to drastically change and improve the user experience for Web 3 projects. So far we've been talking about AI agents, but what we're really excited about is a multi-agent approach. So we are super excited at Theoric about what we call collectives, multi-agent systems that collaborate together on a problem instead of having a very monolithic and sort of standalone generalist agent approach. We think the future and where Web3 really can come in and help are multi-agent systems, where given a complex task, an agent is going to break down the task and sends that task to specialized agents, potentially contributed by a range of different developers. Then the results are being worked on by these individual agents and again aggregated into a single outcome and presented to the user. And what we're seeing is that that really is improving the performance of agent systems and what agents can do in a range of very exciting use cases. I don't know what that was, sorry for that. So there are a couple of challenges out there in Web3 though, or in general around AI agents. There are challenges because the world isn't really where we want it to be. It's a very fragmented world. We're lacking standards, universal standards for AI agents to sort of communicate through shared interfaces. And we're having a very fractured and heterogeneous environment really for AI and AI agents. We are also living in a world where information or innovation is really restricted. So lots of closed source platforms out there that are limiting creators and the potential to come in and contribute. So not really a lot of good open source stuff out there yet. Centralized control, companies like OpenAI obviously are controlling a lot of the future of where AI is headed by providing the strongest models that are out there that kind of everybody needs to be working with. But that's, again, very limiting in terms of giving community any influence and impact on driving where AI is headed. And the last part where there's also a big gap is measuring the impact. I was talking about multi-agent systems. There are limited ways to measure and assess and choose the best performing AI agents right now. And again, that's an area where we think Web3 can come in and provide a good way to solve. So what solutions exist? We need universal standards, shared standards that are going to enable agent-to-agent, human-to-agent communication. coordination, and monetary transactions. We need an open innovation ecosystem that's fair and incentivizes a diverse set of contributions to AI and AI agents. We need community ownership, where the community comes in and really has a voice in driving what is going to happen with the future of AI and driving out these shared standards. And we need transparent accountability. We need systems and mechanisms to ensure that all actions are traceable, verifiable, and that there are incentives for good behavior, especially as we're approaching these multi-agent environments. So Web3 really provides a solution to that. For universal standards, what we're looking at is smart contracts that help enforce those standards, govern the agent communication, and secure payments and task execution. For an open innovation ecosystem, tokenized incentives are encouraging and rewarding participation, and compliance with these shared standards is suddenly going to be economically motivated. For community ownership, decentralized governance, where stakeholders sort of collaboratively work together and help define and update shared standards for AI agents, is where we see the future headed, and Web3 providing a strong approach. And for accountability, immutable records of agent transactions on-chain are powering reputation systems that provide ways to do independent assessments of whether an agent has provided a quality outcome or whether an agent has misbehaved or provided a bad outcome. So what we're doing at Theoric, I guess I'm going to take a little bit of time here since I seem to be having some time. What we're doing at Theoric is we're building exactly what I was just motivating. We're building a solution that is going to help coordinate, govern multi-agent systems on Web3 rails. We're launching an AI agent base layer that's essentially an L2 that is going to underpin AI agent interoperability and collaboration, and it's going to be powered by what we call proof of collaboration and proof of contribution. Therefore, giving verifiable proofs of has an agent contributed, how good has an agent contributed to a specific outcome within a collective, so within a multi-agent team, or has an agent potentially not contributed or even misbehaved within a collective. This then gives us the ability to build a creator ecosystem on top, which we're calling Infinity Hub, which for us is a decentralized hub where creators are going to come in, launch their agents, and have the ability to monetize their agents after they have been launched. This is tightly connected to other partners within the Web3 ecosystem. If you've been following Theoric a bit, really our approach is not to be limited in who we partner with. We want this to be as universal as possible, and we're partnering with across the stack with different AI projects, and you've probably seen us announcing quite a few partnerships on Twitter. If you haven't followed our socials, we're definitely very active there on announcing what we're working on in terms of partnerships. On top of all of that, we are launching what we really call a next-gen AI agent chat interface that is tailored to the experience of talking not just with single agents, but to the experience of talking with different teams of agents, providing a range of results from complex to simple on Theoric. Okay. And that's it. 감사합니다. Sorry I didn't do it in Korean. Very important, our incentivized testnet is going to be live in September. It is September now, so not much time to wait is what that means. Visit our website if you're interested, and you can always reach out to me or anybody else from the team with questions if you'd like to learn more or just partner or just talk about AI. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Fascinating. We're just going to update something, so it'll take about a minute. So you'll be pleased to know that we have some food later on. Food has arrived. We'll be serving it at the end of the sessions. So we're going to have a couple more break times, and then 3-4 more speakers, 2 panel sessions, and then food and drinks at the end of the day. So thank you for sticking around. We've had a lot of great speakers, a lot of good content. and we got some more for you as well. And next up, we have Chi Zhang, who is the CEO of ZetaBlock, who will be speaking to us about unlocking AI's potential with trustlessness. So thank you, Chi. Give her a round of applause. Okay, and sorry, one more minute. Apologies. I'll hand over to Chi.
Thank you so much. Hey guys, I'm Chi. I'm the co-founder and CEO of ZetaBlock. A little bit background about ZetaBlock and the team. So apparently I'm the CEO of the team. And my background is I have been building in the AI space for over decades. Did my PhD in Berkeley, focused on machine learning and all the stuff. And then actually was a founding member at automated machine learning company before. And then my co-founder similarly was building in the AI and big data space for many years, and was an engineer and community chair at Uber before we started ZetaBlock. And we are supported and advised by a lot of good advisors across crypto and Web2 in both the academia and the industry background. A little bit background also about ZetaBlock over the past 2 years. What we did is we supported a lot of top Web3 and also like a Web2 projects in the space for data and AI stuff. And some of the key metrics we achieved is building over 200,000 data for on top of us, and a lot of AI use cases in production. And later on, I'm going to talk about what does that mean. So the topic today is about unlock AI with trustlessness. What does that mean is with a lot of foundation model you probably heard from OpenAI or open source models like Meta, Llama 2, Llama 3. The point about the AI adoption in the future is probably going to be tons of models built on top of those foundation models with derivative models. So one good example, actually what David just mentioned from Theoric about the developer assistant. So there's one model launched by Mistral a few months ago called Coastral. So that is actually a specific model built for coding purpose. And that is what we think in the future what the AI world will be. Because with just the foundation model is not going to be enough with the lack of domain knowledge, and also like very expensive to train foundation model from scratch. So with that, what does that mean in the future is there's going to be billions of models and agents empowering the business process and our interaction with machine and agent between agent. So in that case, without having a systematic way to protect the provenance, which means the ownership and attribution of those like assets and process across the AI development process, and also being able to verify or at least like track and audit the compute process, is going to be very trouble for all those like adoption in the future. So that's why we believe in the future AI needs to be like trustless. And with that thesis, there's like two major problems we observed in the no matter is like with the Gen AI or with traditional ML use cases. One is data is extremely important. The reason is if we think about in this case, there's like no good AI without like a great data. And if we think about what it takes for a model to consume from like a original data, like a very raw data, to like the AI model ready format, this takes a long process and also take a lot of heavy lifting infrastructure underlying from data warehouse for historical batch, large scale data to like a database with streaming data, real time use cases with apparently also many people before the talks, before my talk, talking about like a RAG, vector DB, and all the stuff. That's also very important for model inference. So with that, this is like the first challenge we observed. Sorry, well, that's very light. The second challenge we also observed is after the data has been processed, now think about what it takes to build the model. So right now we know there's a lot of projects in the crypto space or in the what we call trustless AI landscape talking about how you can build verifiable or trustless AI inference. But this to us is not good enough, because if you do the verification or track what model you use and how the model has been used in the last step, which is like the model inference, everything is too late because you already have like the data going to the model, and what is being used to build the model is unknown. So that's why we think in the future we need to really guarantee the tracking of the one, compute process verification, and second, the provenance, which is like the ownership of all those assets from the very beginning. And also, given that we think most of the people will not be building models from scratch anymore, so we believe in the most of the time, that will begin from the fine-tuning piece. So what does ZetaBlock build in this case is we call a trustless and scalable AI development platform, which is, by the way, data-centric, that allow developers to process the data and then use the data for model development. And in that way, ultimately, we can foster an open, secure ecosystem of models and data sets. And how does that look like is we are going to have 3 key modules in this network. From a data module, which is the infrastructure we talked about, where developers can process data and compute, transform, and wrangling the data. And then once the data has been prepared, you can put that into the model module for the model training or fine-tuning or distillation. Basically, it's used to curate the customized model on top of ZetaBlock. And along the way, there's a blockchain underlying that we actually build with a customized virtual machine. Later on, I can show you a bit. That allow people to track the attribution and also verify the process, including the proof of training and proof of inference type of thing. So there's 2 tech phases based on the problems we identified. One is the tech phase that we build the data infrastructure underlying for people to use in the future of Gen AI, because the infrastructure, one, should be able to handle multimodality data. In the future, there's going to be image, video, and audio, all type of data sets that you're going to be using to build the model. And second, the model, the process itself should have a really good data governance, and that data governance should be beyond what a Databricks type of a Web2 solution provide, because that governance also include how we can track all those processes in the immutable way, which is using blockchain technology underlying. And then the tech phase 2, by the way, the tech phase 1 is done. So if you guys are interested, you can just log into our website and apps to try the platform. And the tech phase 2 will actually be having the testnet release thing around October this year, which is what we call the AI coprocessor in crypto way. In Web2 way, it's really just an end-to-end AI ops platform with robust governance and verification principles built on top, built underlying using blockchain. And basically, as an AI developer, I don't know if any of you guys have built models by yourself. The experience we provide will be very similar to how you use Web2 solutions like Anyscale or Fireworks or Together AI. But the problem, the unique offering or differentiation here is then every single workload you upload to us, we will treat it as a smart contract submission, and then those, again, transactions will be recorded on chain, which will allow us to do the attribution tracking and verify the process in the future. And what does that mean is basically we're building an ecosystem around us, and we're trying to engaging and build with as many ecosystem partners as possible. That's one, provide the essential AI assets, including the data and base model and the GPU, because we strongly believe that in the future those are going to be a very cohesive flywheels to really build an open ecosystem of AI economy. And with all the people that can provide the essential AI resources, and once AI data sets or AI models built in the network, then we actually want to empowering and collaborate with potential users across both Web2 and Web3 world. And that's also very important as the Web3 principle for composability and interpretability. This is just some examples about the use cases that this platform can empower across Web2 and Web3. For example, I think, again, in the previous talk, Theoric, David mentioned how the tokenized incentive can really help engaging and foster the AI economy, which we totally agree. That's why we think monetization on top of Web2 platforms such as Hugging Face or Stable Diffusion will be very useful. And yeah, so that's sorry. Yeah, so that's just one example in the Web2 world, and in Web3, any typical use cases you observed in Web2 for traditional finance, that will be exactly the same way you can do that on DeFi. And similarly, user experience, how you use models to improve in Web2 apps will be the same for Web3 apps. So this is just one last slides about an example we did with Open Zeppelin. They actually built over 400 threat detection bots for on-chain risk detection and alerting to their customers using our platform. But that's just one quick example. Thank you so much, guys. This is just the small presentation. And if you guys are interested, following our Twitter, and we're gonna make a lot more announcements soon. And just follow us, and excited to see you guys.
Thank you so much, Chi. That was great. Thank you. So I've just been informed that we started a bit earlier than expected, and food is now available. So we're going to have a break now for about 15, 20 minutes. So please feel free to eat straight back here. I know many of you must be hungry. I know I am. So get the food before I do. So we'll be back in about 15 to 20 with 3 more speakers and some panel discussions. Thank you. CEO of Artella, and he will be speaking to us about unleashing decentralized AI with Artella's EVM Plus machine. So can you please put your hands together for Jerry Lee?
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Jerry. When I introduce myself to people, I just tell that there are two parts of my career. First half, I was building computer with Apple. I was designer at Apple for 12 years, building MacBook Pros and iPhone, stuff like that. Then the second half of my career, I was building a blockchain with Ant Financial for a few years, and now with Artella. Until recently, I realized blockchain is a type of a computer. It's just decentralized, it's networked, but it gives you, you give a blockchain input, it gets you output. It is basically a type of computer. So basically, all my career, I've been building computers. It's my first time to Seoul. I landed last night, and I have two very strong impressions. First, I don't know about you. How many of you come outside of Korea? Okay, it's okay, almost half. I'm feeling rich. I'm carrying like 100,000 won just around. I never done that where I'm from, right? But think about it. This is if you live in another country, maybe US or China, you don't need to carry a wallet around, right? You just use Alipay or Apple Pay. You just you go everywhere and you just do a business. But here, or you go to some other countries, you need to get the cash. You get ripped off, exchange 2 times, right? When you get the money and you get money back to your original currency. So I was just thinking, blockchain, crypto can really solve this. We've been talking about this, a global frictionless payment system. It should happen. Let's imagine one day it will happen. It's not right there yet. So that's my first very strong impression. And the second one is when I checked into my hotel pretty late last night, I realized that's where this Grand Walk Hill Hotel, where the KBW main venue will happen tomorrow. There's a casino there. So how fitting it is that for the blockchain conference where there's a casino right for you. So I came to this industry wanting to build a technology, building a computing platform. But now a lot of people just talk about casino. Just the degen nature of this industry is ironic. But anyway, enough of my personal story. Let's get to today's agenda. I want to talk about 3 things. I really want to talk about the technology, not the casino. So the future of decentralized AI, some of my ideas, my thoughts about it. And second, I want to talk about Artella, what we have been up to, and what it means. The third one is how we can help innovate in decentralized AI with Artella's EVM++ architecture. First, about AI and the blockchain. In the past, for many, many years, many decades, AI and the blockchain just have been developing on separate path, parallel path. AI is AI and blockchain is blockchain. Just 2 separate things. Until recently, people realized, okay, there's potential. There's an intersection here. We can use one technology to help solve some of the problems on the other technology, on the other side of the world, right? One similarity is that if you look at AI, if you look at blockchain, both will require very large, very intensive computation. Maybe that's the reason that now is the time to look at these 2 worlds. Now, with all these huge data center and the really fast graphic chips and the new chips, then there's finally, it's potential, it's likely that some of the key challenges can be solved in the next couple of years, and then some of the new applications, new business models will happen. And that's the similarity. But if you look at the differences, I say AI and the blockchain are almost like two, one is another's evil twin. AI creates digital abundance. Blockchain creates digital scarcity. It's almost the polar opposite, right? With AI, with generative AI, it's so cheap, it's so easy to create new digital things like text, pictures, videos, experiences, what have you, right? And very often, when AI gets really good, it blurs the line of real and fake, right? Even today, a lot of the articles you read, a lot of the news you read are generated by AI. You just would not be able to tell. And going forward, think about some of the pictures you see online, the videos you watch. They could be totally fake. You just don't know, right? And blockchain brings digital truth. Blockchain creates digital scarcity and brings the true value. I think going forward, a lot of people are looking at, well, the AI and maybe use crypto to solve some of the issues. But what I'm mostly excited is potentially there's a new type of business model will emerge. Maybe in creator economy side, maybe in related to virtual reality going forward. But this is so early. It's just looking at these high-level comparisons. I think this is the time we start looking into these things. We're talking about the decentralized AI. The convergence AI and the blockchain are starting to take shape. I listened to some earlier talks. A lot of projects are focusing on intersection with data, like data level, how you acquire, how you use these mass amount of data from people, from different sources, and how you really maybe use new models to reward and get these data in a secure and protected way, right? Basically, when you combine AI's capability to analyze and learn from this data, combined with the blockchain's ability to secure and add value, so that this can entirely open a new frontier decentralized AI. So I would say this may be the year zero in this new frontier. There's one key challenge that is on-chain computation. And that is what Artella can bring to the table. Where our focus is not on data level, our focus is on the computation level. All right, so Artella, we are a base layer blockchain. We are AI friendly, and I'll talk about our native EVM++ architecture to enable really high performance on-chain computation. All right, EVM++, what does it mean? It means basically three things. First, we are EVM compatible. Artella started about 2 years ago. We looked around and we said, well, we don't want to create another silo. We want it to be compatible with the 99% of the smart contract written by Solidity. So we want it to be EVM compatible as a starting point. But we also realized that EVM is very limited in the way the performance is low, and there are other limitations. So there's very limited programmers, developers that can write Solidity, that can build very kind of good but limited applications. So the first plus is about scalability to scale the EVM, scale the base layer blockchain, so it gets to 10,000 TPS and beyond to have really high performance. I actually looked at some of the data recently. Let's say today, Solana is pretty fast, but in real world, the TPS is about 500, 600, but that's fast enough for most of the applications today. But going forward, we need to go to at least one order of magnitude to support more users, to support new types of applications. So you definitely need that really high performance. So we can get to 30,000 plus TPS with the Artella's architecture. A lot of projects are doing that already. We think that's super important. And the second plus is really what's unique about Artella, is that we bring extensibility to blockchain. So on top of the base layer, really super high performance blockchain, we have this middle layer. We bring multiple virtual machine support. Right now we have EVM and we have Wasm-based, we call Aspect VM, which is just a specialized high performance that supports multiple programming languages, especially friendly to Web2 developers. A lot of our team come from and financials is coming from that Web2 developer world. So we just found using a Wasm-based environment is just much more friendly and much more powerful. If you look at different study cases compared Wasm to EVM, it's anywhere between 10 and 100 times more powerful, more efficient. So that's why we chose Wasm. But going forward, I think there's possibility to integrate even more types of virtual machines on chain that eventually will bring some heterogeneous, like AI related computing modules, or if you can call that AI VMs on chain. And why do you want that? I think it's right now it's early, but going forward, you do want to bring these different computations on chain so that you have truly decentralized, censorship-resistant applications. This is Artella's ecosystem map. I'm not going to bore you with all the detail, but basically we've been developing for almost 2 years, and our team have been working with a lot of the industry's partners to bring these applications foundation to Artella testnet, and we're getting close to our mainnet launch. So we have some out of that ecosystem, some of the AI-centric, AI-focused applications. There's a few on the other side. There's a few on this side. It's just using Artella's EVM++. We can bring more customization, higher level of usability on chain. There's a couple real use cases. This one, a game developer, it's called Cellular. They built a on-chain NPC with us. What that means is this user plays a Pac-Man-like video game against NPC. The ghosts, they just move around. But the movement of these on-chain NPC are 100% on-chain. There's a game engine for decision-making, for strategies, just 100% within Artella's Aspect VM, Wasm-based environment, and the user just does not feel any delay, and it's a very natural gaming environment. So basically, EVM has the basic game logic, and the Wasm coprocessor supports the on-chain game decision for the NPC. And if you take that to the higher level, this is another developer built a winning case for us at East Denver earlier this year to bring a more sophisticated Game Boy Advance gaming engine on chain. So these are the gaming examples. Then it's really similar to some of the AI applications because they just require larger scale applications. This is just a early model some developer came up with that we can bring AI LM training into Artella's testnet. So we have this test case right now. we're working with them to bring more modeling and training on chain. There's also a couple of fun use cases that we use. Artella used AI in our user incentivized testnet campaign we call Renaissance. To the right, on our website, we have this AI chatbot, GTP-based, we call iFenchi. That user can interact with this AI chatbot, and where we just have this AI agent interacting with the users, and our users love it to learn about our technology, to get tasks, to get reward. On the left, we ran a little community campaign with this model where people can come out with their notes, and then together the community came out with a song that's AI generated. So we had a little fun with it. But it comes down to that we have more than 2 million participants in Artella's Renaissance campaign recently. Here's more numbers. These numbers are a little outdated. We have more than 2 million participants and more than 20 million on-chain transactions already. We're growing our ecosystems and our communities every single day. This is what has been happening the last year and a half, almost 2 years. Started, from a year ago, we were starting our DevNet, later on public testnet, phase 1, 2, 3. Now, coming into September, we're getting really, really close to our mainnet launch. This is exciting time for Artella. It's crunch time. Just stay tuned to our mainnet launch that's happening real soon. There's this code. If you scan this one, there's more material about Artella you can learn. And some of our team members are here. Shout out to Derek and Mikey and myself. We'd like to talk to you after this presentation. Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you very much, Jerry. The next up, we have Anna Kozlauskas. Am I saying that properly? Am I? Okay, cool. You're proud of me, right? Anna is the CEO of Vana, and she will be talking to us about the power of data ownership and decentralized AI. So, please, Anna. Give us 1 minute.
here. So I'll be talking about user-owned AI and how Vana sees kind of data as the critical piece of it. I come from both a crypto and AI background, so I was really interested in currency as a kid. Like I had a picture of Janet Yellen, who's the chair of the Fed, hanging in my high school bedroom, and was just like huge fan. Got to MIT, learned about decentralized currencies, and started mining Ethereum back in 2015. I would go find GPUs from some of the lab dumpsters and set them up to mine with free electricity in my dorm room. And then I went down the AI rabbit hole through some research that I was doing at CSAIL, which is MIT's AI lab. This was back when the attention is all you need paper had just come out, but it hadn't yet been used for generative models. And so, yeah, that's sort of my background at the intersection of crypto and AI. Art, my co-founder here, and I started Vana about 3 years ago, focused on the problem of data ownership. So how do you have users own their data and the value that it creates? Okay, great, I've got my slides now. So yeah, I'll talk about user-owned AI. I'm gonna keep the beginning kind of high level about broad framing of the AI ecosystem, and then dive into kind of Vana's role. So one thing that I think is really important in the distinction when you think about AI, so a lot of people are familiar with centralized AI, which is good because it's monetizable. The reason why it's important for it to be monetizable is that it's really expensive to train AI models. It can cost $10 to $100 million to train some of these models in the form of compute and data. But the downside is that they're not controlled by many. Open source AI is powerful because it's controlled by many, so you can have a lot of people contribute. But the problem is it's not monetizable. So we've seen this shift, I'd say like maybe 2 years ago, a bunch of open source AI companies were kind of getting funded, et cetera, but they really had a lot of trouble turning and figuring out monetization. So what user-owned AI gives us is really the best of both worlds, allowing you to have AI models that are monetizable, but also controlled by many. And the key to make this possible is privacy, right? So in order to be able to charge someone for data or for access to a model, you need to basically keep those weights or data private. So that's Vana's role in the ecosystem in order to let folks monetize data and model weights. So one of the really important foundational pieces of an AI ecosystem are foundation models, and they're really becoming both a source of truth and a source of economic power, right? So OpenAI recently hit $3.4 billion in revenue. Clearly, these frontier models are really valuable. The other thing I would mention, I don't know if folks saw the Google Bard example earlier this year, where if you asked it for a historically accurate picture of a medieval British king, it would instead show you like an Indian woman or a black man because of some censorship it had put on top of it. But what's scary about that is whoever controls these model weights and the interface to them kind of controls truth, right? And a lot of the community's reaction was like, oh, this is kind of ridiculous wokeness of 2024. But if there wasn't another source of information, that could have just become what society understood to be truth. AI models, they ultimately just learn from their data. So this here is what GPT-3 was trained on. Common crawl is basically you browse the whole public internet, all the sites that you don't need to log into. So that means sort of like stuff you can scrape publicly without having to log in with an email and password. If you've posted on Reddit, you might have already helped contribute to some AI models. But importantly, this data is a really small subset of all the data that's available overall. So people estimate that less than 0.1% of the internet is publicly scrapable, and everything else requires permissions or sign-on to access. So that's the data that sort of lives in these walled gardens. Another way to look at it, and a term in the AI research community today, is the data wall. What the data wall is it's talking about the fact that we're running out of training data to train on. So here, these are basically AI models as they've gotten bigger and better. And then this is how many training data sort of words they're trained on. Tokens means AI tokens, which is just words. It's not like a crypto token, which I realize is a bit confusing. But Llama 3, it's trained on 15 trillion words, which is about the size of the whole public internet. So FineWeb is the data set of You take common crawl, everything publicly scraped, that's around 100 billion tokens, and then you remove duplicates and just take high quality stuff. So what you should take away from this graph is like, we've run out of public data, and we now need to find more data if we want to improve AI models. The companies who have the data that's really valuable to train on have realized that they're sitting in an amazing position and can make a lot of money by selling their data. So Reddit is earning $200 million from selling data. PhotoBucket is selling their images for $1 to $2 an image. Apple is buying data for $50 million. And there's kind of this trend where the internet is becoming less and less open because people have realized, these companies, hey, my data is valuable, I'm gonna kind of lock it down. And so we've seen changes in policies, maybe like Stack Overflow, Reddit. They've actually changed their API terms so other people can't access their data in order to make sure that they can charge as much as possible for that data. One group still has access to their data, and that's users. So a lot of people don't realize, but they legally own all their data. It's sort of like when you park your car in a parking lot, the parking lot doesn't own your car, like you still fully own your car, and that's how the data laws work as well. So when you put your data into Facebook or into Instagram or Gmail, it's still legally yours, you're just leaving it there similar to a parking lot. And the data regulation really sort of supports this. So the question becomes like, can we get 100 million users to all export their data from across platforms and actually build an AI model that's even more performant than a future model like GPT-6. I think two good examples here, if you have an Alexa at home, you can request an export and actually hear all of the recordings over the many years of talking to Alexa, which is kind of a scary experience, but worth sort of seeing your data. The other one that's interesting is Instagram. And in that one, you can actually both see the data that you've put in, but also see the data that they've put onto you. And so they show the labels of sort of, hey, this is this kind of person or that kind of person. One of the labels that Instagram had put on me is actually stressed but not depressed. And it's really quite something to see what this data has on you. Something I'll emphasize here is that if you want to create really good AI, you need as much data as possible. And no single big tech company they're not all going to work together to aggregate their data. So if you have users work together to all take their data, you can really create a very valuable data set. Just as a kind of rough benchmark, so users, today these models are trained on about 15 trillion tokens or words, that's Llama 3. If you have 100 million users contribute data from 5 different sources, you can get to 30 times as much data. And if they're properly incentivized, can create even more data. So if you have 100 million users recording everything that they say for a few years, which I realize there are very important privacy implications, et cetera, here, but you can generate a 5 quadrillion token data set, which is almost like unthinkably large. Users also have a lot of compute. Actually, doing this math is what changed my mind on some of the decentralized compute stuff. So I had previously been like, I don't know, like a data center is really efficient to train on. But if you look at the amount of compute power that Ethereum miners in proof of work times have, they have like 50 times as much compute as what was used to train GPT-4, right? So what this shows us is that crypto incentives are extremely powerful in actually mobilizing a lot of infrastructure that's required for creating AI models. One thing I'll note on the compute side is that there are still some open research questions in order to make distributed training possible. So we can't just take all the Ethereum GPUs today and go train a bigger model. There are open research questions, but if you use kind of benchmarks, how much compute power is there theoretically, it is quite competitive. So then once you have these model weights, you can have really strong collective governance and ownership. So users can get paid when the model is used, or even paid proportionally to how much their data is used to improve the model. And that's an important piece. Anytime you have a decentralized system with incentives attached to it, you really can attract adversarial behavior, right? So what happens if all of us in this room put our data together and then Art or someone else decides, I'm going to pretend to be 5,000 people and contribute a bunch of data. So Vana runs on proof of contribution, which is basically measuring data quality, how much you improve the model. So then the collective can set usage rules, who should be able to access the model, what sorts of controls should be in place. And that's all done. So Vana is fully EVM compatible. It's architected as an L1 for private data, but you can really think of it as a path towards user-owned AI and data DAOs. I think in the AI community today, a lot of people see foundation models as natural monopolies, right? The thought is, hey, OpenAI and Anthropic are going to build the best and biggest models because it takes so many resources from the perspective of data and compute. But I think there is this user-owned path where you have many users contribute their data, contribute compute to actually create a frontier model that beats the performance of even the closed source models. So now getting towards some of what Vana does, we're building user-owned AI through user-owned data. The two key concepts of the network are non-custodial data, which means that your data is in your full control. In the same way that when you log into an application like Uniswap with your MetaMask and you bring your data, Vana lets you permission your data just like that. And the reason why this is important is that it allows Vana to use data regulation to get data out of the walled gardens and big tech companies where it lives today. The other key piece is proof of contribution. So my data on its own is not that helpful for training an AI model, but it's really valuable if you can get many people to all contribute their data. You need a lot of data in order to use it for AI training. So what proof of contribution allows for is for many of us to combine our data together while ensuring that the quality remains high. One of the projects on our testnet is the Reddit Data DAO, and this is a project that launched and in the first week saw 140,000 real Reddit users join and contribute their data. I'll note that nearly 1 million users tried to join, so you had these wallets connecting, but only 140,000 people passed proof of contribution. They've now trained an AI model that is really good at sounding like a Reddit commenter, and there's a company that's using it to basically simulate Reddit conversations. So you're saying, hey, I'm gonna post this, what's the community's response going to be? So this is one of the biggest projects and shows the power of a data DAO in taking data out. One thing I'll mention too is that actually Reddit, around when we hit 100,000 users, tried to shut the project down. And they said, hey, you're abusing the API terms, this isn't allowed. But because of Vana's non-custodial data, it's every user bringing their own data. And so we're not even using the API. And that's this really powerful piece of decentralization. There's no way to do this in a centralized way. You would get a cease and desist from Reddit quite quickly. But because of that, the project was able to continue. There are now a bunch of data DAOs on Vana that are kind of pooling AI training data. The LinkedIn data DAO actually just raised their first round of funding. So now we're starting to see these data DAOs become venture-backed and really become a new kind of business. Some of them already have a data buyer. Some of them are focused on different kinds of data. So there's one that's focused on Twitter data, Valara. There's one that's generating synthetic data. This one's Instagram. And so if you're interested in, some of these two are standalone projects that have decided to deploy a data DAO. Others are data DAOs started from Vana on scratch. Yeah, if you're interested, come and talk to me and Art afterwards. And then here's kind of a high-level overview of some of Vana's architecture. I'll have a link at the end that goes more deeply into the docs too. But here there's this data liquidity layer. This is where the different data DAOs live. And the top 16 data DAOs actually earn a share of block rewards. And the block rewards are structured in a similar way to early Ethereum miners. So if you create a top data DAO, you can actually earn upwards of 1% of FDV in the first year of the network. And then you have this data portability layer. So if I've joined the Reddit data DAO here, my data is written on chain over there, and then I'm able to log into an application and bring my Reddit data with me. So you have this kind of progressive way of taking data out of walled gardens, putting it in a user-owned context, and then letting anyone build an application. The folks building here are mostly consumer AI apps, and some of them are actually non-crypto consumer AI apps who just want access to be able to personalize a particular application. Yeah, so I encourage you to get involved with user-owned AI. Here are a few different ways. So starting a data DAO, there are 16 competitive slots on the network, running a validator, or participating in a data pre-mine where you're sort of registering your data for a particular data DAO. Our docs are linked at vana.org, and our Twitter is @withvana. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anna. Very good presentation. So our next speaker and final speaker for the day, before we have our panels, is going to be Jennifer Dodson, the Chief AI Officer from KIP, who'll be speaking to us about decentralizing AI. Oh, 1 second, sorry, Jen.
Thanks, everyone. I know it's the end of a long day, so I'll try and be quick and entertaining, and then everyone can clap loudly at the end because you've been genuinely amused. Okay, so yeah, I'm here to tell you about Kip, and Kip is the Web3 base layer for AI. And I'm going to go into a bit about what that actually means. I'm going to go into a bit about what that actually means, but first of all, I'm going to tell you why we got into this in the first place. So this actually started out as a project that we did for one of our own clients, which was Animoca, and they wanted an AI analysis system to analyze portfolio data. So as we were building that, we kind of realized that not only were we building this tool, we were building the tools that we used to build it. So we thought, well, why don't we sell those as well? And we got going, we started, productifying this thing. And end of last year, we actually entered it in the Chainlink Hackathon. And we weren't really expecting to, but we won that. We won the 10-cent prize. And that sort of forced us out of stealth, and it got the interest of a good few KOLs and investors and so on. And in the end, we ended up raising 2 rounds now with Animoca as the initial lead. And why were these guys so interesting? Well, because what Kip does is lets AI developers deploy in Web3 and monetize their work very quickly and easily. And this is what basically allows regular people like you and me to decentralize an AI product. There's this kind of perception, I think, fueled by the fact that most people access AI via these monolithic giant tech companies like OpenAI or Google or whatever, that an AI interaction, you're interacting with this one monolithic entity, and this is not actually the case. Every AI interaction you have involves at least 3 sets of contributors. So obviously you've got the model, which is the sort of the back-end Shoggoth that does all the processing and spits out this sort of eldritch string of abstractions, which then the app turns into something that a human can easily consume and interact with. The model output itself is kind of weird. You feed it through a set of system prompts, guardrails, and so on. And even more importantly, you feed it through something which collects the money. It's very important to remember that for all the hype that GPT has had, the hype started when they stuck an app on the front end. The models were already quite good, but no one cared until they had this very human-like app that you could go and ask to rewrite the DuckTales theme in Shakespearean English or something. And then underlying all of this, you have a separate component, which is the data. And as the previous speaker from Vana just mentioned, that is contributed essentially by all of us, whether we want to or not. What that means is that every AI interaction, you have information and potentially also money being tossed back and forth between a bunch of components. So you have imagine a user asks a question, comes in here, the app wraps it up, sends it to the model. The model will probably do a set of chain of thought reasoning on it, might decide, okay, I can't answer this question myself, but I have access to a data set that can. In which case you're doing retrieval augmented generation. So it might go to the web or it might go to a database that you have or Wikipedia or whatever to come up with a better answer than it could manage on its own. Passes it back to the model will parse it and put it in a nice polite sentence for you, which passes it back to the app. The app adds guardrails, adds flashy bells and whistles and so on, takes a bit of money off the user and hands it over. And right now, you don't really see much of this because it's all being done by these big companies that have, infinity money with which to build all of this out. They can employ app designers, they can employ model builders, they can employ API specialists, they can employ payment specialists. And that's obviously very, very expensive, which makes it difficult for new entrants to get into that field, something which is actually compounded by the fact that, these days, all of the VC is going to the huge companies and less to startups. So what we're proposing to do is basically decentralize this process. And you want to decentralize it because otherwise you're leaving everything to these big companies. And they're being really aggressive about not just maintaining the sort of the oligopoly that they have, but by trying to capture a monopoly. So you've seen OpenAI, for example, trying to get into raise $7 grillion for GPUs to compete with NVIDIA and so on. And that is why, because they have to beat each other out to the monopoly position. You see things like, again, OpenAI. I'm not going to spend the whole 10 minutes dumping on Sam Altman, but they actually brought out a system whereby if you are caught uploading someone else's IP to their sites, where obviously they're going to use it to retrain their future models, they will pay your legal costs. They're not going to be like Facebook and say, oh, no, we're very virtuous with your data. They will say, oh, we're stealing your data, tough, basically. And they're doing this, like I say, to capture all of the verticals that I mentioned earlier. They've already got the best models. They've got the advertising, which gets them the best apps and so on. And now they're after your data as well. And this is pretty dangerous for several reasons. Firstly, because, if Facebook steals your data, fine. You sue them, they take it out of the database, and now you have your data back. OpenAI steals your data and uses it to train a model. You can't then pull it out of the model if they lose the lawsuit. It's basically gone at that point. Secondly, obviously, in AI, because you need such big data, such huge GPU capacity, that favors the companies that are already big. So if you're big to start with, you're going to keep growing at a faster rate. If you're small to start with, you're never going to manage to catch up. And this, in turn, favors things like regulatory capture. We've seen it recently with the EU AI committees, the US AI committees, and so on. The people on those committees, it's people like Satya, it's people like Sama, and so on. So at this point, they're self-regulating in a lot of contexts. So what Kip is trying to do is to solve the problems that prevent smaller entities, whether that is a single developer working alone or whether that's one of our business clients, which are actually, quite large, though not on the scale of OpenAI. Obviously, it's people like Open Campus, people like Moamates, and so on. What will allow them to enter into this market and specialize in their niche, but connect with other niche specialists in such a way that they can produce one overall product together. They can collaborate and compete to produce something that is as good or better as what OpenAI and what Google and Anthropic and so on are putting out. To do this, we solve three problems. First of all, obviously, the ownership problem. The right to allow, or the ability to allow people selective access to a data asset. Because obviously the big problem is, right now, information wants to be free. Although it's not a problem, it's a positive thing, but it's a problem if you want to monetize, essentially. So you're kind of in a situation where if you have a set of model weights, if you have a data set, you can either keep it to yourself and guard it and protect it and not make any money off it, or you can open source it and give it to everyone and still not make any money off it. So what Web3 enables us to do is to essentially token gate it, almost like friend tech. So only people who have paid can get in, and they can only access it once they're in via this token. So we know they're in and they're paying. And once you can do that, that solves the money problem, because we can charge people based on the precise access that they have and not allow them to then copy it 50 times and send it to all of their friends. Once you've solved the money problem, that in turn solves the connectivity problem. Because if people have an incentive to put their model out there on a monetizable basis, then they have an incentive to make it as easy as possible for other creators to connect to them. Because right now, you go to Hugging Face, there are 500,000 models on there, and they're all just piles of linear algebra in a box somewhere. Very few of them ever get used because it's so difficult to use them. It's just not convenient. So what we're trying to do is be sort of the WordPress or the Shopify for those models. Make it easier to just put them out there, let people use them, not use them via API as they so choose, and automate payments. That is far too complicated for this late in the day, so I'm going to skip past that slide and come back to this one. So what Kip essentially does is allow this system to work in such a way that each of these people can be total strangers who don't know each other, and they've never interacted in their life. They don't even know the names, the credit card details, and so on. Because all of these assets are out there, they're token gated, you connect to the API, and the payment is automatic. So you can have a full retrieval augmented generation interaction where none of the parties know each other, none of them have set up Stripe payments, none of them have designed their own APIs, have designed their own advertising funnel, have designed their own, legal department, their own HR, and so on. It's just small business owners who have chosen to be out there and be available. And that is what we have online now. So we are actually currently going to market. I mentioned a couple of our clients right now. The Open Campus is one. So we just got hired to manage the $10 million academic grant fund. And this is to get professors creating AI chatbots to accompany their courses. We built the site for it. You can go to Open Campus University and check that out. If anyone here is an academic and wants some free money, hit me up because we have some. Same thing for Moamate, the other big partner that we mentioned. They do AI companions, so essentially AI girlfriends, or in most cases AI boyfriends, because it's the women who like this. And they as well are using Kip's systems to help get their chatbots into Web3. We've got another big partnership announcement coming out with one of the big traditional publishers, and they want to get this into university libraries and have university libraries searching their collections, publishing theses and so on, connected to an AI chatbot. So yeah, that is sort of the tour d'horizon of everything Kip is doing. But if anyone has any other questions, please come and talk to me after the show, because I'm going to be around. Thank you very much.
That was fantastically clear. Very good talk. So thank you so much for listening to all of our talks today. We're going to have a 5-minute break now, and then when we come back, we're going to have 2 panel discussions. And then after those panel discussions, we'll be done for the day, and then we'll be picking our winners and having some networking and some drinks and probably some more food as well. So yeah, we'll have a 5-minute break now, and we'll set up for the panel. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Right, I'll pass over. Okay, I'm going to pass over to Songmin. Thank you, Songmin.
Hello guys, good afternoon. So we are gonna begin the first session of panel discussion. And yeah, I'm wondering what you're doing now, and can you give us a brief introduction of yourself?
Hello everyone, this is Lucia. I'm a founder of Eon Studio, which is Web3 creative studio, and we are strong partners to Uncommon Gallery. So we have been curating like around 30 plus crypto art exhibitions so far. Also, we are hosting Crypto Art Seoul, which is starting on Thursday this week. So if you come back to Uncommon Gallery, you will see the space completely different, filled with beautiful exhibitions of operator. So yes, please join us. Thank you.
Hi guys. First, thank you so much for the invitation here. So my name is Andy, and I'm currently the COO at IQ. So what we try to do is we try to educate the space. We started off as the largest blockchain encyclopedia, curating different pages on tokens, projects, exchanges, NFTs, you name it. And then we kind of indexed all that data in creating a chatbot and an AI assistant called IQ-GPT, where we intersected the bridge between AI and blockchain. So we've been working on that heavily. We have very good, reliable partners like the Associated Press, Invest Hong Kong, and a lot of other reliable sources. We're also working on something called IQ Code, which is going to be one of the first AI for smart contracts. So the idea is that you enter your smart contract and it audits it automatically for you. And yeah, so we have a lot of exciting things down the line, and that's basically what we're doing now.
Hello, nice to meet you. This is Jiu, and I'm BD at Kaito. Kaito is building information terminal for Web3, providing to different kinds of VCs, funds, and projects for different kinds of data, because we're indexing different kinds of sources like Twitter, Discord, Telegram channels, conferences, etc., focusing more on the social side. And based on that, we're providing some analytics utilizing different kinds of AI models that we're internally developing. And we've been building for around 2.5 years and officially launched around 7 months ago. And so far, we've onboarded more than 300 institutions. And they're all using based on different kinds of use cases. So for funds and VCs, they mainly use it for deal sourcing, portfolio management, and even like due diligence, etc. And for projects perspective, they utilize our product tool to do their own research on different kinds of sentiment and engagement data towards their projects. And also they want to gather different kinds of market intelligence data and kind of check out some different kinds of information about their competitors for their own marketing use, and also some strategies. Thank you.
Hi everyone, this is a pleasure to be here, and thank you so much for the invitation. My name is Claire. I'm the head of BD from Hooked Protocol, and we are a Binance Lab-backed project with over 10 million users around the world. What we do is mainly using AI into education, so you can basically think of us as Duolingo, but instead of teaching people about languages, we teach them about Web3. And currently we have worked with over 30 different ecosystems and projects to gamify their content and put it into our platform into the term of flashcards, multiple choices questions for the new users to learn about. So if you have a project and you would like to put it further into mass adoption and closer to our community, then you can definitely reach out to me and we can discuss more about that collaboration.
Yes, so thank you for the great introduction. It's really an honor to have you, these kind of wonderful people here. So the first question is for Lucia. So everything we do, not just art, can be seen as creation. So in your view, how is AI uniquely influencing or impacting our industry and expanding the boundaries of creation?
Okay. So our company is different from like infrastructure company or layer company. We are more like a contents building company, and also bringing artists together in Web3. So one thing that made me really excited about connecting art with AI was that it enables artists to create like collective narrative and artists to become the collective narrative, and they can own in the end, which will empower later like generation to generation communication. So like one of our partner, they are building this solution that each artist can build their own, let's say, like non-playable character, like NPC. But in the end, the NPC itself can work by itself and create their own creation. And then later, people can subscribe the outcomes of these artists, let's say NPC, which I think you are creating, you will be able to create like extension of your creative self. And in this, how to say, like process, there can be a lot of business model to generate. Yeah, so that's the vision that I have.
Yeah, so thanks for the answer. Next question for Andy. So as the world's largest encyclopedia in the world, what's your vision in AI?
Yeah, that's a great question. So we started to kind of look into the intersection between AI and blockchain probably like 2 years ago before the narrative kicked in. And that was really, it was a fun period of time. And I think right now, with the rollout of like IQ code, which is like the first for smart contracts, we are actually trying to and developing our own chain called IQ Chain, which is going to be a chain specifically specialized for innovative AI projects. And it's going to create more utility for our IQ token because we're going to be utilizing that for gas. And slowly over time, we plan to migrate all of our applications, starting from IQ Wiki, IQ GPT, IQ Code, all onto the chain. And we're going to start to kick things off by having an incentivizational structure or some kind of grant program to really kind of attract these very top tier AI projects that are kicking in. So that's something that we're working on pretty actively, and I think we should be able to have a live beta maybe Q1 of next year. So very exciting things for us on that front. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm excited too. Actually, AI Network wanted to join the AI IQ protocol, and our name is on their encyclopedia, and it's really cool. So please check out their website. Yeah. And the next question for Kaito. So what is next in line for Kaito AI?
So we have a lot of exciting stuff that we're working on. So maybe first thing I'm really excited about is that we're going to have the mobile version launched in Q4, which is going to really change a lot of stuff for our clients and also some potential clients in the future, because currently we are just supporting through a desktop, which kind of restricts people from accessing information whenever they want. So it's going to be more mobile friendly. So because currently we don't really have that many apps that are mobile friendly in our scene, I think. So our team is working really hard on that so that our clients, which are mainly like funds, VCs, and projects, they're going to like do any kinds of research while they're moving around. So I'm really excited about that one. And secondly, we're also working on research agent. So that is sort of like, so we recently launched AI Copilot, which is more scoped version of the research agent, because currently people have to search for specific projects or keywords, and then they have to ask any kinds of questions in natural language format and then retrieve the information. But then our new research agent that we're working on is going to enable people to access information and interact with the information that we're currently providing in our portal. And last thing I want to tease about is Open Kaito, which is which is a subnet on BitTensor, and where our main objective through Open Kaito is to make the decentralized information for people so that people can just freely access and also contribute to the decentralized information. And we're currently working on that, and also pretty excited about that. Thank you.
How many people in your company?
Currently, we have around 23 people, mainly in Singapore, Seattle, and Shanghai, and I'm the only one in Korea.
I mean, I was wondering how that many achievements you were making so far. So you were making a lot of use cases, so it was really surprising. But only 23 people. Yay. So yeah, we can look forward to what you or team can make. And the next question for, sorry, Claire. So, yeah, do you have any movements to adopt AI or support AI projects on the Hooked platform?
Sure. So as an educational platform, we definitely have to adopt the AI technology firstly into our courses and also for other projects that we onboarded. For the first part, we would like to personalize the experience of the users on our platform. So whenever they log into the Hooked wallet and they see a different courses, we can customize their learning journey by applying different learning route based on their experience and their interests. So let's say if you are a fan of DeFi, then we will give you more DeFi related content. If you are a student specialized in technology, we will give you more building experience or more ecosystem related content. And also with that, we are also very open with a lot of collaboration in different sectors, especially in AI as well. So we have inputted a lot of courses about AI projects. I believe that there are some of the partners that we have in the ground today, like Masa or other projects that we have already collaborated with. So what we do is we will receive their content. It can be like a white paper or a Notion file, and then we gamify it using AI technology to bring out the best course that will fit different levels of education for different types of customers. And then we deliver it to the users when they log into a Hooked platform. So I hope that thanks to this opportunity, I can meet even more AI projects and support them in bringing their knowledge to the users.
Thank you for your answer, Claire. Now mic is working. So I saw you have a lot of partners and collaborators. So, but AI Network is not a partner yet. So do you have any internal standards to choose your partner?
Actually, this is a conversation that I've been talking to a few of my friends here, and especially the panelists. We would have something called the special theme that we conducted every month. And every month we have different theme. And we first started it very successfully with ZK Sync. This month we have it with Ton. Next month we have with the Depin. So of course, I'm thinking of the theme for the after Depin is gonna definitely be AI. And I would love to have AI Network to be a part of it.
Thank you. And we can open the floor to the audience. So if you guys have any questions, please raise your hand to question. Anyone? Anything? Okay, then. Do you guys have any last comments?
Yeah. Great. Yeah, no, I guess closing comments. Thank you guys for having us. At IQ, if you guys are a project owner or you guys want a free wiki page to be made on our platform and kind of explore what we can do together, feel free to reach out to myself or my colleague that's here. We don't, ask for funds to do this. We generally just want to kind of help the adoption of the space. So if you guys want a wiki page made, please do reach out to us. And thank you guys for having us.
Thank you. And let's wrap it up, the first session. And the next session of panel discussion is about the decentralized AI. And yes, let's wrap it up. Thank you.
Cool. I'm just going to ask each of you to give us a quick introduction of yourselves and your projects, and then we'll get into some questions. Yeah? So since you're next to me, we'll start with you, Clathia.
Hey everyone, my name is Clanthea. I'm co-founder of Masa. Masa is a decentralized network where people earn by contributing data. So I'll put it in a very simple way. Let's say if you're an AI developer and you need to capture someone's data, digital footprint from places like Twitter, TikTok, Discord, Telegram, YouTube, etc. Currently, there's no easy way for you to access such data. And if there's an easy way, it's very cost prohibitive as well. At Masa, we provide a cost-effective way for you to get such data in a faster, cheaper, and easier way.
And hi everyone, I'm Gigi, and I'm the co-founder of Vana Labs. We are doing a TE machine learning model for trustless trading. So long and short, we want to solve the real problem in crypto trading because we think there's always trust issue between different parties. For example, the CEX, individual users or founders and the market makers. And our solutions can make sure that all the data you share with us can be secured by TE, and we can use the machine learning to prevent the market manipulation and also alien from running behaviors. That's very important and to create the real values about the trading.
Hi everyone, I'm Daniel and I'm the APEC lead at Grass. So Grass is a deepin project on Solana. So what we do is basically we use the spare internet bandwidth of people who are running our nodes to scrape public data and use this data to train different AI models as well. And right now the network is powered by more than 2 million users running nodes individually. And yeah, if there's any project that wants to work with us, wants to get the most up-to-date data, yeah, feel free to reach out and work with Grass as well.
Cool, I'm excited to be here. My name is Eric, APEC lead of Cubic. And Cubic is a L1 AI blockchain, so we have our own AGI. And you can mine, it's a proof of work, so you can mine it with your phone, with a gaming computer or dedicated miner. We have around 350 to 500,000 depending, fluctuating. So, the more brain cells, the more miners we have, the smarter the AI gets. And it's cool, we're already launched, we're on 15 exchanges right now. We're excited to be here.
Hey everybody, I'm James Giguchi. I am the head of token relations at Covalent. Covalent has been around for quite a while. We started in 2018 and launched in 2021. We're currently the largest indexer in the crypto space, so we cover about 230 different blockchains. There's about 3,000 applications using our data, mostly through the API. And so I guess throughout all this time, we've seen a lot of different use cases for crypto pop up, from DeFi to NFTs to gaming. Now it looks like AI is a very common use case that we're seeing demand for with Covalent data. So happy to jump into the data side of things at the intersection of crypto and AI.
We can shout.
We'll all share one mic. Yeah, we'll all just it's like we'll be rapping. We'll all just be like this, round in a circle, MC on one mic. Thank you for those introductions. Dare I say, I feel a little bit not intimidated, but we got some smart people among us, got some good minds among us. So, got some questions for you guys. 1 second. I've got the questions on my phone, so I promise I'm not texting. I'm just, I didn't get a chance to write them down. So I think we'll start with you, Clathia, just because you're next to me. Just, because it's easiest. Because we're using one mic, right? Otherwise, it might take too much time passing it. I know it's the end of the day, so people are hungry, and you want some more drinks in it, so. Okay. I shouldn't have said anything. Okay, all right, so Clathia, so for you, the question I've got for you is, centralized AI has accumulated a tremendous amount of resources. So how do decentralized AI projects compete against their centralized counterparts?
That's a very tough question because I think it will be remiss if we don't address the white elephant or the big elephant in the room, which is our counterparts in the centralized AI world has accumulated a massive amount of resources, whether it's talent, funding, or just overall. And they're uniquely able to build walled gardens around centralized AI. For example, they'll be able to spend hundreds of millions of dollars on training their AI model, getting data access, et cetera, et cetera. And that is not going to benefit the future of human race. If we think the future of AI is completely centralized and controlled by a few human beings, all of us will be really left in the dust. I don't know if you guys still remember a couple months ago, we had a boardroom drama at OpenAI, and to think that the future of OpenAI, and by extension, a huge chunk of AI, is controlled by like literally 4 people in the boardroom, that is completely inconceivable. That's the reason why we need to make AI fair. That's the reason why we need to have open source and decentralized AI. So exactly how we do that, right? If we look across a decentralized AI stack, for the sake of simplicity, we can divide it into compute, inference or model, data, and applications. I think we're a panel of data nerds from the introductions that I've learned. Data is a really important part of the decentralized AI world because currently centralized AI players have, again, hundreds of millions of dollars to spend on gathering data, storing data, and using data to train centralized AI model. This future should be more permissionless. So I know I didn't fully answer the question, which is only to address that we have tough competition from centralized AI, and from every single part of the AI stack, we need to band together and collaborate in order to thrive or even survive in the future of centralized AI.
I thought I'd try again because it's difficult to have a conversation with the one mic. But yeah, absolutely, I agree with that sentiment completely. I mean, I'm sure you guys agree as well. I saw a lot of head nodding because it is true. Centralized AI is mad that 4 people can decide a technology which might be bigger than the internet. So the next question I have is for Alex. So Alex, how does AI solve real-world problems and needs in crypto? And are you bullish on projects with PMF?
Yeah, first I want to echo for Kathia said like the data, because actually data is one kind of the real problem in crypto we want to solve by decentralizations. It's very important. And what we're doing is like we want to solve the problem in trading. Actually, data is the basis of the trading. And what we are trying to solve is trying to use the TE to make sure that everyone can contribute their data by decentralized way, and to have the flywheel to give the incentives to adding data contributions, not just by, oh, I give you the money, I give you the token, so you give us the data. It's because if you give us the data, we can protect you from the market manipulation or the front-running behaviors. That's why Vana is different from any other competitors or any existing solutions. And we also want to make sure that all the data you share with us is secured. That's why we use TE, the Trust Execution Environment, which is different from ZK or MPC or FHE, because the cost is, I guess, 10 times than the ZK or FHE. And besides of that, we also use this to solve a problem like, for example, copy trading for the individual users, market making for the business users, or even for some centralized exchange or some AI company, they have the AI agent, and they may need these solutions for their customized business, the trading solutions to use our tech stack. That's why I say we are solving the real problem and not just we have a lot of thousands infrastructures, but without any real use and adding dApps to do that. We find the nail of the trading, the trust problem, and then we use the hammer to do that. Not just create some hammers and find the so-called nails and to try to solve the so-called problems. Yeah.
Fantastic answer, thank you. So we'll move on to Daniel. So Daniel, could you tell us more about live context retrieval and data provenance and why they're important?
Thank you so much. Yeah, so for live context retrieval, so basically what I'm trying to get is that data is the most valuable when it's first created, and that is when I think models should be trained on, and that's why having a live context retrieval through GRASS as well, it allows these AI models to be trained on the latest information, and that's why it's so important. And for data provenance, I think we'll probably all agree in this is one of the biggest problems in AI, where ensuring the validity of data is very, very important. We have seen the latest AIs, giving I would say inaccurate or purposefully omitted responses. When it comes to, for example, the Trump assassination and stuff like that. And this is not the world that we should live in, and we should be actually living in a world where there's less censorship as well. So having data provenance where you know the origin of the data and ensuring that it's not tampered with is very important for training the AI models for the future as well.
Hello, hello. Here we go. Yeah, see? Never give up. Ain't gonna lie. It's because I didn't press the on button, sorry. I'm such an idiot. Thank you for that. You're right. Because the data has to be proper, correct, right? So, yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna move on to Eric. That's all right. So Eric, what are the likely outcomes of AI regulations in different regions? Actually, that's a very interesting question.
Whew, I guess I got the hardest question.
I thought I'd challenge you.
Give me like a second. So AI regulations, right?
Yes, AI regulations. Yeah.
I'm from Hong Kong, and ChatGPT and Google Gemini doesn't exist. We can't use it. And why? Geopolitical issues, like USA doesn't like China. China is kind of part of Hong Kong's part of China, and there's many countries that doesn't have ChatGPT, like countries in Africa. In help with the citizens, the people in Iraq in Russia, I'm sure they don't have ChatGPT too. So AI regulation has already started, and I fully believe in decentralized AI. AI has to be fair. We're fighting a good fight here, like AI, freedom of speech and freedom of AI, freedom of usage, everything. So I believe decentralized AI is going to thrive for a lot of places, a lot of people. Maybe you say something wrong, like even you get your Facebook blocked or IG blocked or Twitter you get banned, right? But for decentralized AI, everything is supposedly fair. So I'm hoping AI regulation doesn't touch decentralized AI. I hope we grow before we get to be the boss. Like we get to decide what regulation there is right now. So that's what I feel.
So do you think that regulation is important for AI?
It's important, but we also have to fight for, I guess, the rights of empowering AI for everyone. Everyone should have access to AI. I don't believe, like, if I have it and then Daniel has it, doesn't mean that James shouldn't have it, right? It's not fair, right? Because of our skin color, because where we live, it's not fair that way. So I hope regulation is decentralized and fair for everybody. That's the dream of Web3, I think.
So it's kind of finding that balance between regulation and censorship, basically, or regulation and access, right?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you. So last question is for James. James, can you explain some of the data problems in AI and how crypto protocols address them?
Yeah, so Covalent has always been focused on the data side of, I guess, crypto in general, not necessarily always AI, but now it's more so AI. And this is in contrast to compute for inference or training. What the Covalent network is fundamentally is just a cryptographically secure data pipeline. So for all of the 230-ish blockchains that we scrape, it's not us. It's about 35, mostly institutional grade network operators who are providing cryptographic security from basically scraping the Genesis block all the way up to the tip of the network. And it makes its way from that chain into a database that can then be served either via API or analytic tools or kind of whatever interface you want to put on it's like 100 billion transactions at this point. So the focus has always been, making sure that data is secure and, without gaps and, there's the uptime and everything like that. Historically, this has been used by a lot of like wallets, DeFi applications, NFT marketplaces, a lot of games. There's kind of like generalized L1s that are using this. There are Avalanche subnets and kind of like one-off application-specific chains that are using this, and kind of the idea is whatever chain you're using, the only thing that the developer has to change is the chain ID. So whether it's EVM or non-EVM, the scheme is the same. Kind of our focus is providing a very large scale of high quality data to people who are, some of them are using it for model training, some of them are using it for other AI related use cases. Some of them are joining it with off-chain data as well to kind of provide a whole comprehensive picture. But that's fundamentally the problem that Covalent's going after.
Thank you. Really got me thinking, actually. It's too much information for me, man. It's too much for me. No, it's great. So I'm going to open up the floor for questions. So if anyone has any questions, let me know. Raise your hands. If anyone's been listening. Anyone? Okay, cool. Then I have a question, actually. And this is for all of you. And actually all of you in the audience, if you want to come in on it. What do you think is the biggest challenge in decentralizing AI? And I'll let anyone come in on that, whoever wants to come in on that. I mean, it might be a bit broad, I know, but I'm curious.
I guess I have the mic, I can just start. And if anyone wants it, you can take it. I think the thing is just resource allocation. Whether that's for compute or otherwise, it's, I think a lot of the discussion from the either panelists or speakers all day I've heard, it's people talking about the difference between the centralized and decentralized AI and kind of the market structure around, very large, well-funded, centralized players who have access to massive clusters, and kind of the more grassroots, decentralized, ground-up sort of movement that crypto is sort of playing a role in more and more. There's also kind of like the open source versus closed source, which is along those same lines. So I would say it's just resource allocation, and I think it's really interesting to think about where crypto incentives can potentially disrupt some of that. So that's my answer.
Anyone else want to add to that?
Okay, I'll get a point at it.
Of course.
So I really agree with what James and Kathleen said about resources and Web2 or OpenAI have like massive people or like a lot of talent. They are really gather a lot of talent. But I think our biggest challenge and our biggest advantage of decentralized is actually our tokens. Right now, crypto is scrutinized a lot, but we actually use tokens to decentralize our structure, our infrastructure, how it works. If you have a token, then here's some data and tokenize our data, that kind of thing. This is, I think, our biggest challenge is actually the crypto side more than the AI side, because AI side is brand new. So there's not much regulations now, but crypto regulation is there and they're pushing it hard. So what's going to happen with AI tokens in the very near future? We had a small, I think, mini bull run. Everyone went up like, I think, 10x, I think in March and April, May. That was like, I was really happy, right? And then now,
I think
they
we
went
all
back
were,
down again. So I think that was my biggest challenge in my personal view, but not from, obviously, I'm not speaking from Cubic because they probably have a different perspective, but my perspective is the crypto side.
Sorry, guys. I would counter the question with a question is which part of AI do you want to decentralize, right? Because decentralizing compute, decentralizing data, decentralizing inference and model, and decentralizing applications have different levels of difficulties and challenges. But to seriously answer the question, I want to follow up on the tokenization with the AI token part, because one of the biggest reasons why people want to bring decentralization to AI is because crypto has token, which is one of the core primitives why everyone is here, hopefully, to think that token is able to create a more incentive-aligned world where users will be able to contribute different kind of resources, whether it's training model or providing their data to the future of AI. However, we're only at that stage. One step further is actually how much token you give to the contributors who contributed XYZ, I just mentioned, to the AI world. At Masa, we really focus on data when it comes to getting users contributing their data to train AI model. Because we have a few dozens of projects, aka consumers of data already, we now are entering into a stage of exactly how we price such contribution. I think that is actually going to be the next big challenge. If projects have found product market fit, then it's about like how to exactly determine the value or the price of people's contribution in this decentralized AI world.
I want one more last maybe. I think maybe it's because the cost and the efficiency, because people talk about like token or like decentralization, but we all know that decentralization means that you have to sacrifice some efficiency. So when people realize that, okay, I can understand or I can endure, I wait for some time if I want decentralization, that's cool. But for AI, do you imagine that if we use GPT and I have to wait for 5 minutes, and why not I just use Google to get what I need, right? So I think the most biggest challenge for me is when you want decentralization, can you endure the sacrifice of the efficiency? If it's okay, you can use like token or any other incentives to give the rewards to the users or any entities you want. But if it's not, I don't think it needs the decentralizations. That's why I still bullish on like data or any real product with PMF. They don't need to worry about this because they have the real needs, which is decentralization can help them to reduce the cost and sacrifice some part of the efficiency. It works, but for others, I don't think so. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. Your choice. But thank you so much. So, any other comments at all? Yeah, please. Yeah, if you can stand up, we can hear you.
Yeah, so you asked me again a difficult question, but yeah, thank you.
Yeah, but you took the mic though.
Yeah, but
he's like, yeah, the difficult question for me. Give me that mic.
Okay, but thank you for that question. It's very good. Yes, I do feel if centralized governance or government decide, AI should be fair around different regions of the world or different people, then yes, maybe that will be the case. But I don't think so. Every government has their own self-interest. Every company has their self-interest. So maybe or maybe not. So I do feel decentralized AI still has its own, even if it's all spread, it'll be different kind of data, different kind of computing power. At the end of the day, I think decentralized AI is trying to give back the power of either crypto or AI back to the people. That's what Web3 came out of. We want the people to own part of the internet, to own part of the future. I think that's the whole point of Web3. And big tech companies, Web2 or their OpenAI and Gemini, all they care about is their stock prices or is their stakeholders. So again, you said 4 people can decide in a room. Their fiasco. Okay, let's fire Sam Altman and buy, and then ChatGPT stops working for like a day or two, and then everyone who's relying on ChatGPT and they have like wrappers around ChatGPT stops working. I remember there was in June, ChatGPT complexity it stopped working for around 6-7 hours. So everyone like crashed for those 6 hours. But decentralized, hopefully, because we're decentralized computing power and data sets and data centers all over different regions, that won't happen. So that's just my take. But thank you for that difficult question.
I'll probably also chime in here in a very brief way. I think it's a feature, not a bug, that we're disrupting the current system because the current system is not built in the right way. For example, over the weekend, the Brazilian government banned Twitter, or X, in Brazil. But if you use our network, and many other panelists as well, you're still able to access Twitter data because we built it in a more resilient, global, and decentralized way.
Great answers, fantastic. Anyone else? I think we have time for one last comment, and that's Gaia, please.
James is going to take it, right?
got you. Yeah, like I mentioned, Covalent's been around for at least live for almost 4 years now. And so we have a couple thousand paying customers. In our case, we're just on the data side, we're not on the compute side of anything. You know, access to the data via the API or via any other sort of tools that we use is paid. That basically goes to, you know, purchasing the token, distributing it to all of the network operators who are, you know, I guess servicing the network. So we have a very kind of cut and dry business model. It's just the more demand for the data, the more revenue comes to the network that's distributed across all the network participants. But it might be different for, you know, compute-related crypto AI projects. That's just a Covalent specific answer.
Okay. Anyone else want to come in on that quickly? Or?
We're the same. So basically, we surface our product through a Swagger API or Masa node, very similar to how Covalent monetizes it. For us, to give you a more concrete example, let's say if you want to scrape 2 million tweets per month to train your AI agent, you can either go to Twitter Developer API. For 2 million tweets per month, you will need to pay $5,000 plus, so Twitter Pro tier or plus, versus with us, it's much cheaper. So which one would you choose?
Yeah, it's a no-brainer. Fantastic. Keep it. I've got a working one now. Right, so thank you so much. Thank you so much to our panelists. Any closing comments before we finish? We good? Fantastic. And thank you so much, everyone, for coming today. Really, really appreciate it. We've had some amazing talks, loads of speakers, some great panels. I know I've learned quite a lot, like genuinely a lot. So thank you so much to you guys. And can we have a round of applause for our panelists, please? Thank you so much. So just one last thing we're going to do. I think we're going to pick out some winners of our prize draw, aren't we? Okay, so yeah, sorry, we got one more thing to do. Okay, yeah, so we'll come off the stage. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Really, really appreciate it.
Hi everyone, I hope you really enjoyed Web3 AI Seoul. We're doing the exact same thing tomorrow.
Appreciate it. It was good.
The biggest companies and the biggest projects.
Thank you. Yeah, thank you for calling.
So,